Good morning to everyone there. Barry's taking off for a little bit this morning, so I took the stream for a little bit till he gets back. Thought I'd do some active stuff here and share it with you all. Um, just messing around with the pre-market scan here, so if you wanted to follow along what I'm doing, I want to really show off the races. Um, and so what I did is I created a pre-market scan that's based on a couple things here for anybody that wants, and I dropped a link to it so any of you can have it. What I've done here is, we're looking at stocks between $4 and $50. They have to trade 25,000 shares today, and they have to have done at least 5% of what they normally do for volume, given a 10-day average. Because it's a pre-market scan, I want to keep it very simple because not a lot of stuff is active in the pre-market. But the idea is trying to find some things that are active and moving around, and so that's what I did with it. And then I turned to a race because I am, really big on these races. And that's how it works. So I created one race. I'm going to show the race setup here. I created this one race like this here. So we're racing on the change from close on a delta value. All right. And I created the second race, a change from close, or excuse me, volume percent today. And so that's what I've done here. So to see stuff that's, actually moving right now. How do I get out of this without stopping the race? No, just restart them both. So again, I'm mostly going to be on mute, so if anybody has questions or anything like that, I'll pop back off of mute to answer those questions for you folks. But other than that, I'll be silent for the moment. Alrighty there. Good morning, everybody. Chris Varley, I'm filling in for Barry at the moment. He should be along in a little while. He had some other tasks that he needed to take care of, so just going to run the stream for him for a little bit now. I'm mostly on mute. I don't have a ton to talk about. I don't really trade the pre-market. I don't do as much pre-market work as Barry, but I did create this scan here. I shared it above. There's a link if anybody wants it, and then I turned it into a couple of races, kind of show off the races and how I would be using them, because I do use them. These races, I'll start them when the market does actually open. But the idea behind it, if anybody's been watching, is had these races going and it found ASTS here, and I set a price alert, just below 8 to see if it could make that break, and lo and behold, as this 8 EMA kind of caught it here in the pre-market. I'm not big on indicators in the pre-market. I think more support and resistance, but I'd say this is liquid enough, traded nearly 1 million shares. I think that's, quite a bit more than what it's normally doing for the day on volume, so I figured that might be a good indicator to watch, and we can see as it, every time the price caught it, it keeps pushing that up, so, popped right off that price, pulled back towards it, and we'll see what happens here again. So but the idea behind it is the top list shows us, or brings to us the stocks. We say, hey, I think these stocks will be quality based on these metrics. And then the race says, hey, this is how those stocks are actually moving at this moment. And so both these races are based off the same top list, but they're set up different in how they're racing. And that's why you'll see different stocks populating on here. No, we do not have those kind of candles. We have, let's see, what do I have for you? Chart style. We have candlestick, line, bar, area, high, low, close, and open, high, low, close. That's what we offer currently. All this was just added in the last, let's say, month or so on one of our betas, and now it's been put into production release as well. So is there a chance that those candles could show up? There certainly is. Can't promise if or when, of course. You can always make a request, and we mark everything as feature requests. So info at trade-ideas IDE.com. There we go. You always make that request there. We'll mark it as a feature request and make sure it gets passed along to the proper people. And again, can't promise, if or when it will happen, but I know it's something that has been requested at least a few times. So let's see, we got Corning is moving now here in the pre-market, looks like a little bit. Alright, Kano, so we can see as we move through the pre-market and things become more active, we're finding more and more items kind of moving here. And like I said, that's how I use these races. One of the reasons that I also like the races is with the alert windows, it's great. You get the time-stamped alert, and that's awesome. It's real time, all those things like that. But the trigger for it for a lot of alerts is a new high on the day alert, and I can't tell you how many times I get a new high on the day alert, I buy, and it happens to be within a few pennies of the last new high of the day, and then that happens to me. And it was a story of my early day trading career. So with these races, what I can do is I can see what's moving. I can set pullback alerts a little clearer. It's more narrow data. It's not just alert after alert after alert after alert coming. It's the most quality stocks coming through a top list, and that's all that I'm looking at. So it gives me narrow focus on just a few items that are actually really moving at this time. So I'd say if you're not using the races, you kind of really, and you are a day trader, you're really cheating yourself, to be honest. For about 18, 19, 20 months, I'd really moved out of most of my day trading to swing trading. And, obviously the market has not been great for swing trading. Started messing with these races at the beginning of January, and I've really moved back to day trading since I came across these races. They've just really improved my day trading. So just my 2 cents. I'm very, very, very big on them. can see, we can see all these things here. So now, you see this, CANO was moving few moments before it made this big move. I didn't happen to click on it, but now we see it here, right? And we could set ourselves a pullback alert, or we can even set an alert around here to see if these moving averages can catch up. We can consolidate a little bit, see if we can get some movement up. I'd say might be something to watch. 500,000 shares traded in the pre-market. Might have some room up to this level here. That looks like a pretty good stop area there. So these are like the kind of things that I'm looking at when I'm, using the races. So kind of give you a realistic trader's view on those. And then the other part of the races too is, you're never short of ideas because you have all your winners that are here. All right. So you can see all the winners and what they've been doing, so on and so forth here. You can scroll up and down real easy to look at those. So here, EOSE, something that was on these races earlier. I don't know if they're still on any of them, but I found this earlier on a race. And here it is. Now it's making a move finally. And I set that price alert knowing that I wanted to see the price kind of consolidate and move up and see what happens from there. On top of that, battery play, we know we're moving towards alternative energy, whether you like it or not, or believe in it, or whatever it is. It's happening. In 5 years, there will be more EVs than there are today, and in 10 years, there will be more EVs than there was in 5 years from now, and so on and so forth. And, where a balance comes in, who knows? But the bottom line is, these are things we should be paying attention to. And so this looks like a great chart. We look like maybe we had a nice bottom curling down here. We've got earnings past it. And if we can get through this area like we kind of are now, it's a nice mountain that we could possibly climb. Now, am I saying it's going to get there today? No, but when I'm looking at risk reward as a trader, this is what I'm looking at. My possible rewards way up here, and I'm going to define my risk right down here at the bottom of this area right down there. So that's a really big R on the reward and a really small R on that risk as a trader. And that, again, that's how I'm doing this here. And it doesn't mean, the price alert goes off. That doesn't mean I'm jumping into the trade. I'm looking at it. I'm waiting. I'm biding my time. Do I think it can really push through? I don't know. Also, I don't really trade the pre-market. But, I'm trying to make a point here that this is applicable to pre-market, live market, post-market, waiting for the setup. If I miss the setup, I miss the setup. But I'd rather miss out on a bad trade to the downside. I'd rather miss out on a good trade to the upside than participate in a really bad trade to the downside. So let's see. Gillett, do you use the same race as pre-market? No, I don't. I just made this today for pre-market because I'm filling in for Barry, and he's normally, going over pre-market stuff. I just don't do what he does. I don't care about upgrades and downgrades. I don't pay attention to any of that. The only two things that I care about are price and volume and resistance levels, to be honest. That's it. Everything else is noise and nonsense to me. As you can see, I don't run a lot of indicators on my charts. I've even considered taking all indicators off my charts. I went from having, 4 or 5 indicators on every single chart to 3 indicators on a daily chart and 2 indicators on my intraday charts. And then the other item that the other reason why I wouldn't use the same pre-market races is this. In the pre-market, if something trades 25,000 shares or 30,000 shares or 50,000 shares, it could be interesting to look at and keep an eye on. If something is traded 25,000 shares by 9:35 a.m. Eastern in the morning, I have zero interest in it at that point. It's just not liquid. There's no action in it. There's no reason to be day trading it, for me personally anyways. So, I think there's for me, I don't see any logical reason to run the same scans pre-market as you do regular market, because you should be looking for completely different things. In the pre-market, you don't want a bunch of filters. You want to see as many things as you can in the pre-market coming through to give you ideas. Not as many as you can, but you want some ideas. You don't want 30 ideas at once, but you also don't want 2 ideas. And the same thing in the live market. So, in the live market, I'm running, many more, not many, but certainly more filters, maybe tighter parameters around those filters to keep the ideas quality. So, yeah, Kano make a move again. Yep. So continues the blast off. So again, this is where the races start to come in. It gives you a completely different new perspective. And for those just wondering, I'll drop a link in this here again. I think I already saved it to my cloud. Let me put it here, and I'll go over what I've done in all these races. Yeah, so as soon as the bell starts, I'll hit play on both these races, and I'll let them go. And I've never traded live on screen, and I'm hemming and hawing whether I want to actually trade live on screen or not, or if I had to change my entire layout and my entire setup just so I could stream like this morning. So My Brokerage Plus isn't in its normal spot. My time and sales aren't in its normal spot. I have software running for troubleshooting people and things like that. So it's all kind of moved around on me. So I'm kind of not keen on jumping in and trading with a whole new entire format and layout right now. Live trading. So I was thinking about maybe just attaching to the simulator and trading simulated, but at least to show off the races and how I'm trading anyways. I'm considering leaving my layout in this kind of format now. A lot of the format's the same, but I change screens for a lot of things. So, I'm looking for things on different screens from where they normally are. And because I want to record some races and some trading to share and show users, how to really use this racing. Because I feel like a lot of people are not using it, they're hesitating. And I think people are really missing out with it. I'm just super, super huge on racing. But let me share that scan, this pre-market scan, and just a thought behind it, or several thoughts. So again, here's this. All right, so we have that, and that's the scan. And this is the way races really work, all right? So you load that scan and you come into the configure. I've done a really, really, really simple thing here, all right? Relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market, but volume percent today does, and they're very, very similar. They both have 10-day averages. The difference is a ratio versus a percent. There's another nuance to it that maybe I'll get into in a minute, but I want to see stocks that have traded at least 5% of their normal volume here in the pre-market, so we know there's some action in it, and that they traded at least 25,000 shares today. Again, some action. And then just price between $4 and $50. That's, kind of my comfortable price range. And that is it. That's all I'm looking at. I have this sorting on a change from close percent, but that doesn't really matter at this point. And then I added a column of 2-minute change here, right? Because that's the column we're going to race on. So what this is doing is, the top list pulls in the stocks. I say, top list, I want you to find these stocks for me like this. Then the races, I say, I want you to take those stocks that you found and I want you to show me what's moving right now in a certain way. So look at ASTS. I mean, this thing is, really cooking now. All right. And I found this really early. I found this back here on this race a while ago. And so what I did with this race is, here's the race setup. Now this race is based off of this top list. So again, this top list says, I say, top list, show me stocks that have done these things, all right? And the top list is going to keep updating. So if something's not moving anymore, something's not meeting these metrics anymore, it's getting dropped from the top list, all right? And then I say I'm going to run 2-minute races. I've got 10 lanes meaning you can show me 10 different stocks, and I want you to show me what is moving right now based on a change from close percent in this race. And how do I know it's moving right now? This delta value is how. So that's how I have this set up. I set it up to replace cars, all right, and autofill or auto rerun the race, meaning that if something no longer meets the criteria of this top list, it gets dropped from the race, and if something new meets the criteria of the top list, it gets added to the race. And that's literally all I'm doing at this point. So that's that. All right, and we'll restart the race. Now this race is based on the same exact top list, but I changed the metrics of this race, all right? So here's the race set up in this. We're running 2-minute races still, but I put 5 lanes, and I used volume percent today on a delta volume, meaning that whatever is, continuing to grow in its volume throughout the day, on a percent basis as compared to the last 10 days, those are going to be the winners of my races, or the leaders of my races. So again, it's, taking it and showing me exactly what is happening with the stocks that I'm asking it to find me right now. And this way you don't have to worry about a stock making a new high of the day or anything like that. It's a totally new way to use top lists, because I think top lists were better for looking for pre-market ideas or swing trading ideas, things like that. More kind of scanning in the after hours or before hours is what I always use top lists for. Now I'm using them to day trade like I'd never done before. Again, you look at these top lists. All right, great. Here's a list of stocks that are strong based on the metrics, but how are they really moving right now? This doesn't tell me the whole picture. This adds to this picture here. That's what it's doing. That's why I like it. That's why I'm so big on it, and that's why I'm pumping the races. So if anybody has any, questions or comments or concerns or anything like that, hopefully this all kind of makes sense to you. I guess I'll trade, but I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it with the simulated account. It's a little tough for me to run all these things, having rearranged my screen and put real money to risk right now. So we got 10 minutes before we open. If anybody wants, this race is easy for me to share. Can I use that layout after the bell? Kind of. I can share this race, but the problem is this race here that I'm going to put the pink X on has some custom filters in it that you'd have to go into your cloud and add those filters to be able to use the race. But this race is really good too, so I can share this race with you. The rest, like if you want the rest, I mean, I can give you the rest of this. Let me first find that race that I can share outright and easy. Load from cloud. Stock racing, relative volume. Alright, so here's this. 8:30 a.m. Eastern is pre-market. I'm gonna go with Bella for your name. 8:30 a.m. Eastern is pre-market still, so 9:30 a.m. and 7 minutes and change, the market opens. 9:30 a.m. Eastern, the market will open, and that's when these races will start. I can't start them now because they have relative volume filters in them that don't work in the pre-market. So this race that I just shared there, I mean, is there anything else specific that you want from my layout? I mean, you can load a single stock window. I mean, I can share that single stock window if you want it. I don't think there's anything special to it. And I can share this actual race here. I think I can share this race. Let me duplicate into a free floating window so I can share it. So that's the top list to the race. I think this will share my actual race setup. Okay, so first let me go over the top list in this. If there's something else specific you want from my layout, I mean, you can open a price alerts window. I don't need to share that. You can open a single stock window. I don't think you need that unless for some reason you want what I'm looking at in the single stock window. Again, all right, so this top list here, it goes like this. If we come into the configure and let's go to Windows specific filters, hide these unused. We're looking at stocks between $4 and $50. We want to see that we're up from the previous day's close. That's why I put a 0 there. We traded at least 125,000 shares today. Relative volume is 3, meaning we're doing 3 times the normal volume over the last 10 days. We can't be any more than negative 0.15 from the VWAP. And the 5-minute volume is doing 3 times what it's normally doing over a 10-day average of 5-minute volume. And that's it. That's the magic of that race right there, with the exception of I have a column that I added. I added this 2-minute change column that's in there, okay, because that's what I'm racing on. So this top list, again, the way it works is the top list will bring me the stocks that I think are strong based on this. Then the race, here's my race setup. 10 lanes, 3-minute races. We're looking at what's moving on a 2-minute percent in a delta value, and we're replacing the cars and auto running again, so the race just goes and goes and goes nonstop. And that's the short and skinny of that race. This race is doing something similar, but I'm using 1-minute percent change instead of 2-minute percent change, and you need to add that as a custom to your account because the 1-minute percent change only defaults to load in alert windows. It won't load in top list for you. And then in this race also, the other issue for a custom is I'm actually using the filter of a 1-minute volume percent. And again, that's a custom because 1-minute volume doesn't default into top list. And the reason that doesn't happen is because top lists have a 30-second refresh. So when originally the server structure of everything was created, I don't know, 10 years ago, whatever it is that top list came out, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, we had limited space on the servers of what we could put in like that. And so we opted not to put filters in that had 1-minute time frames when something was refreshing every 30 seconds. It's just the way that the software was at that time. We since added the ability to add them as customs to it, but it was a lot of functionality and I don't know what the other word I want to use is, but essentially functionality and server space, what we could do at that time. So that's the reason why I can't really share this top list outright. If you are familiar with customs, you can go in and do all that. And I'll pivot this to everybody that's here. If you want this scan from me, you have to come to the 3:30 session today, because I do this every day live at 3:30 Eastern. I'm just filling in for Barry till he gets back, or till he finishes what he's handling right now. So if you want this scan from me, come to the 3:30 session today, 3:30 Eastern. I do a live support here on this YouTube channel every day at 3:30. I will share the scan, and then I'll walk you through how to put the customs into your own cloud so you could use the scan if you wanted it. All right, that's the deal that I'll make with everybody. So what else is happening here? Hood. Sorry, I'm watching Hood. I feel like Hood, if we can ever get some legs back in the market again here to the upside, I feel like this could be a good long-term buy. All right, so ASTS made that move. It's kind of consolidating again now. I think this is kind of a lost cause at this point, but we'll see. And this made a nice little pop and has held it now, just as we were discussing. And all of this was pointed to by these races here. Real simple pre-market race. Nothing, like I said, nothing special other than what I just told. And like I said, it's a twofold system. It's a symbiotic relationship between the top list and the races that run off those top lists. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these items now, as we've got 2 minutes and change till the market opens. And again, if anybody has just any general questions on the software, feel free to answer those. Is there a way to edit or slim down the descriptions field in alerts with bottoming alerts? Provide a piece of important info, but gives extra. No, there's no way to edit that info that's coming in. It's one of those columns that's real big. It's either you have the column or you don't have the column. Sorry there, Del Boca. EOSE, is it going? Is it going? Could. Like I said, I don't really trade the pre-market. Also, in case anybody hasn't seen, we will have early pre-market data really, really soon, folks. I know we keep saying it. Here's 4 a.m. data on this. Look at this on my charts. There's 4 a.m. data, and this morning on our test dev server, we had alerts going off at 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So it's, I'm one of the people, I'm live testing all these things now. So, the first step is that they test it on the dev side only. We don't get it. Then it goes to support to test. So that's where we're at now. And then it'll get released in a beta to all you folks at some point. And then it becomes production. So, we're marching towards it. I know it's never as quick as anybody wants. It's not as quick as I want. It's not as quick as the other traders want. There are people in here that have, said it was coming, in 3 weeks. They told us that 3 months ago. But the dev team always kind of squashes them and says, please don't do that, because we can't promise, while we're internally testing, they test, things look good, and then they break, we fix them, they start to work again, they break, then we test, and we fix, and it's just the way it goes for these things. But we had to redesign so much of the back end of the software, I can't even begin to describe what went on. So, all right, market's open, and we're going to start these races. And I'm just going to do a simulated trading with it, but it'll be great. I'm going to get rid of these here, the pre-market, because I don't care about that on my charts. It does not influence anything that I do. So we've gapped up, and now, these races, got the countdown that happens. That's another thing that's going to change, is this countdown is going to go from like 30 seconds to 5 seconds eventually. But we can see lining up what the stocks are going to be here on these races. So, we start right off and right out the gate, FSR. All right. We can look right away, and these are things that make me interested. 31 relative volume. Now I'm sure that'll probably decline at some point because this will update. So we went from 31 to 21, but still 500,000 shares on the open. This is the stuff that I'm looking at. What's going to make me interested? Let's look at stuff. BLPD, Ballard Power. We know that this thing can really cook and really move. They got earnings in a couple of days. We're going to throw a price alert here. All right, and we can see I've got the price alerts lined up here. We're going to take a look, watch and track things. ERY, is this something interesting? No. ETF 2X, I don't care about that. DM, yeah, no, only 150,000 shares traded at the moment. Not really interested in that yet. LAC, lithium, I know that's a lithium play. That's always something I'm kind of interested in. Pre-market earnings. We know that batteries are going to get some love again here as we continue to, push away from fossil fuels. All right, LI, I believe that's another battery play, or alternative cars, whatever you want to call them. So another interesting play. So look, these are all things that are moving. I'm watching this. I've got a narrow view. I'm only looking at 20 stocks right now. That's all I need. I got these 20 stocks plus, what I think is interesting that I'm sticking alerts in, and I can start to go through these alerts. Look, EOSE gave it up on the open here, right? Now we wait and we consolidate and bring a price alert back down, see if we can make a forward break again. This is the kind of stuff that, for anybody that's looking for trading advice, I can't tell you how to trade, but this is what traders do. All right. So HDSN, I'm not sure if I'm interested in it or not. Let's stick a pullback alert here at 435. We'll see what happens with that. To the long side, pullback. Start to go through these and see, LAC, it's running already, but I'm not going to chase that, at 9:32 after, 2 minutes and change of the market open. I'm going to let things set up and come to me. They don't come, they don't come. Express, this thing can really cook when it's got, when the retailers are doing well. So, throw a price alert on this one here. EOSE now starting to make moves again here, all right? Now we start to ask ourselves, does this thing have room to push? And as I discussed in the pre-market, we could use way down here as a stop, all right? If we want to give a nice wide stop, we might have a reward all the way up to this level here. Now might, but I think that's a reasonable spot to be looking at. Doesn't mean it'll get there, but that R to the reward up is much bigger than that R to the risk down again. This is what traders do. This is what we do. So, but I'm not running after it right now. Cano, CANO, this thing's running. Not going to run after it and chase it though again. I'm going to set a pullback alert. Let's see if we can get it on a pullback. Let's throw it around that 570 level. So again, all stuff we do as traders, all right? And like I said, if I do any trading, it's going to be through the simulated account today. I like to watch time and sales. I can't watch time and sales like I normally do right now. A few other things going on here with me completely revamping my setup so I could fill in for Barry this morning. But I'm going to try to do this so I can make some videos and show off actual live trading eventually here. So again, we're watching EOSE. It's still trying to hang in here right now, all right? Bumble, another one here, all right? Everybody getting on their dating apps. So Express, had that big pop up. It's giving some back, all right? We'll pull this alert down now, this price alert. We'll see what happens here, all right? EOSE continues to struggle around this 408 area. So maybe I want to move this price alert up to 410, 411 and see if we can't get some traction at that level. LAC made that big pop up. Now we're going to have a topping tail right there, all right? So I'm going to continue to try to play a pullback, but maybe I'll try to play a pullback to the 75 area now, all right? All right, EOSE continues to try to show strength and hold this gap up right now, right? So now as a day trader, I'm saying, all right, we're starting to make an open range here. First 5-minute candle's about to close, so I could possibly use this as a stop now to the downside, all right, if I was to try to get into it. We see this next 5-minute candle open below her. That's not telling me to enter anything right now, all right? Patience, wait for the setup, wait for the setup. Gonna touch it 4, all right? So I'm gonna reset this alert. I moved it up, I'm gonna move it back down again, all right? We saw that 408 area has been a really big struggle for that right now. And continue to do this, all right? LAC, look how far back it's pulled now, all right? Didn't want to chase it, right? Now we're going to wait. We're going to set that alert back down again. Going to continue to do these things. EOSE popped right back up through this level. Starting to try to show strength. We've got this bottoming tail. Sellers keep coming in. They can't bring it down. Buyers keep coming in, trying to bring it back up. All right. Where are we going to go on this? I'm getting tempted to maybe enter a position on this. All right, still can't get through that area. So, EXPR, here we go again. Moving back up. Buyers are trying to take it back up. Reset this again. All right, now LAC's come back through again. We're just going to continue this game here. All right. And I still haven't been convinced by this EOSE yet. All right, looks like 27's been a block for LAC. All right, so we're going to continue to watch that like this. All right, I appreciate that. This is what I do in my head normally. I'm just doing it out loud at this point. So ZTO, all right, look at that big pop and that big move from that there. All right, so, again, the top lists that are behind the scenes here are pulling in stocks that I think are strong based on certain metrics that I've, put forward. The races are showing me how that's actually moving right now. ASTS, we haven't seen this in a while, right? Look at that big pullback from ASTS that happened. Imagine if we went and chased that on the top at the open, all right? What would have happened to us, all right? Imagine you took 300 shares or something like that way up here and it moved down $1. You're down $300 just like that. Who wants to sit through that swing? Now, I know, could it have kept going? Absolutely, but it didn't, and that's why we wait, and that's why, trading the first, 15, 20 minutes is tricky. And are you going to miss moves? Yep, you're going to miss a lot of moves like that, but you're also going to miss a lot of bad moves like that, so it's not just good moves. Here's LI again, all right? LI hasn't gone anywhere really off that, all right? And now let's start to look at some levels that we're looking at here, all right? We've got this gap, it's holding, we've got room up to here, so maybe now we've established there's a good risk to reward ratio that's happening right here just on this 15-minute chart like this. So, this is what I do. This is what I do every single day when I'm trading. Full disclosure, I'm usually cursing myself and calling me an idiot when I miss things or mismanage something, but, contrary to some popular belief of people that I know, I am a human being. So again, EOSE made that move. I'm talking, I kind of missed it here. So, but I'm starting to kind of like the price action that's happening here. And you know what? I like that. So simulated trading, I'm going to go in. Does it have a big spread? See, this is where not having the time and sales. Yeah, I don't like that spread on it. Spread's tightening up. I'm going in on it right now. Boom. Simulated trading. Bought it. 300 shares. So, and again, I'm disclosing I'm doing this in simulation. And again, if someone wants to take a shot at me for doing it in simulation, that's fine. I've never traded live on screen before. And, I think when you do something new trading, to run and put real money at risk with it right away is foolish. Penny wise, dollar foolish, all those kinds of things like that. So anyways, I took that. Here it is. This is a nonsense simulated account that I have, but there it is. I took it. It gave me a fill of 420 on it, all right, and it's moving against me now. But I'm going to do this. I've established that's going to be my stop, all right? So even if I wanted right now, I can do this. Here we go. I can set a stop price, add a stop order. I'm going to stick that at, I can't even see it, but I'm going to say 395. All right, there's my stop order. It's going to populate on the chart. No, I want to go to just under the bottom of that wick. So that's where we're going to go, all right? And that's what I've done. Moved it up, move that back out of the way, all right? And now I've got that, all right? And I'll track it with the price alerts. LI, look, LI still just hasn't been able to go yet, but I'm starting to look at it a little stronger here on this 5-minute chart. The sellers keep coming in, they can't do it. They keep coming in, they can't do it. And Barry's about to steal the stream from me right now. So, all right, I hope you were all feeling really informed with that, and that all made sense, and you got something out of that. And I don't know, maybe we'll try to work something in like that again in the future. So, all right, I thank you everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed that, and I will catch you at 3:30 Eastern. Make it to 3:30 Eastern today, please, please, please. Come say hi. Keep me company. I get lonely there. Bye.
Okay, so what do I see here? I see Stitch Fix. SFIX is actually going to recover a bit here. I see the market is rip snorting higher here. So yeah, we knew that from the outset. So it hasn't given it up yet. We're only, what, 10 minutes in. Now's up 500. Nas is up 300. SPY's up. Holding. Let's see if it can hold. I guess I'm back on YouTube. Hi, guys. I'm sure Chris did a wabulous job, a fabulous job. So I see, again, some of these ones that were really ripping higher, like the Freeports, the FCXs. Just give me a moment, please. All right, sorry about that. I took my wife to the airport, so that's why I had to take off for about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. All right. I see that this meme stock, I guess it's just a memer today, or are they going to, I'm looking for that buyout information on Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. Again, look left. I mean, remember, it had a crazy day 2 days ago. What you see here is $30, but remember in the pre-market it was up around 37, I believe, that day. Can't see me on YouTube? There you go. Sorry about that. You should be able to see now. All right, I see this Hudson Technologies, HDSN, is moving here. Decent volume coming in. Yeah, everything should be good now, YouTube guys, right? You needed one more exclamation mark, Chris. Okay, so far, as would be expected, nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown. How's that one that got slammed by Hindenburg? How's that one doing? NTRA? Yeah, I had a little bounce. I had about a $5 or $6 bounce, but so this is chopping around right now. Guaranteed they'll come up with some, maybe not today, but they'll come up with some kind of a defense. This one is ripping here. Sgfy, Sgfy. So this is a relatively new issue back in about a year ago, a little over a year ago. So this is starting to move here, Sgfy. Of course, along with the airlines, let's take a look at the Airline ETF. Jets is probably soaring. Yes, it is. And so take a look at CCL and NCLH. Yeah, Real just mentioned figs. It's an actually no real action in the pre-market. At least I didn't see it, but it is an earnings play. Figs is an earnings play. Maybe coming into some resistance right around. No, actually, 1936 is the next high looking left. That's pretty good, actually. It's got some room. Figs has still got some room to that 19 level, and that is Figs, Figs. It's already had a really. I mean, it wasn't really doing that much pre-market, but man, once the market opens, went from 16 to 18. Meanwhile, FCX, how's X doing? Take a look at X. See if it, I'm sure it's dropping, yes. And how about CLF? That was another high flyer. CLF, yes, it is dropping. It's funny, I know I saw NTCO on my list this morning. I don't, anyway, NTCO, maybe it was yesterday I saw it. Anyway, NTCO, nice big gap up. Excuse me. Um, Earnings are after hours today. Okay, JP Morgan has put an upgrade, only a $10 price target. Come on, guys. You want to get to buy your stock, buy the stock, you got to make a higher price target. But I guess that is the reason. So they have earnings after hours today, plus JP Morgan has put a price target of 10 on them, which is not that exciting when you're sitting at 941. So Bumble, BMBL earnings play took off once the market opened from 20 to 23. Now let's take a look left. What is we have? 23.85 is the next high looking left. I mean, if we can take that out, then it's got a shot into that, that 25 area. At 23.85, I'd be eyeballing that to see if I can take it out. So some of these China EV plays like LI, NIO, and XPAV, they are all moving. A lot of the China stocks are moving. I saw FUTU this morning. Sorry, FUTU this morning. Yeah, this is moving. See if Tiger is moving, a real cheap one. Yeah, Tiger's moving, TIGR. IB launching app to compete with Hood. Well, that's interesting. Where'd you see that? What does that even mean? They have their light service. Does it mean they're finally going to go commission free for their full platform? How did Campbell Soup do? CPB had earnings, I think, after hours or pre-market. So Campbell Soup, pre-market. I mean, the bets were being placed yesterday. You could see, I mean, this was a big, big downturn. It held that area right there. And now we're at the 200-day moving average, 43.58. So just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, good morning, YouTubers. Sorry, good morning, YouTubers. Anybody is saying good morning? ASTS, I know this was moving in the pre-market. ASTS, the 200-day moving average, that's about $1 away, so I guess that's not going to stall it too badly. I'm just keeping an eye on that. So there's the first 15-minute candle for the SPY. Red, but nothing dramatic. What we don't want to see, if you want to go long today, you don't want to see a big sell-off. If you want to short tops, that'll be awesome. You see, Indo got halted on the way up, and now it's come down. ICD got halted and resumed. So again, a lot of these low float energy plays that were just ripping for the last 4 or 5 days, they're coming back to earth. How's Bitcoin doing? BITO, of course, with that, I guess it was a leaked memo from the US government, but this is holding. All right, so we're getting some reversals now in these energy plays. I'm just watching some of these energy plays are showing up on the gap down and reverse. Okay, and the gold plays, some of the gold plays, I'm seeing SW gap down and reverse. Yeah, okay, guys, the SPY, there's a red candle. So, the gap down and reverse, guys, if this can, well, that's not correct. It'll depends on the sector. So, I mean, if I'll be watching the oil and gold stocks as if the market really starts to move down. All right, this is a little earnings play. PCT, not a lot of volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Released earnings pre-market, really no reaction until now. PCT, it's not a 77.77 million in the float, so it's not a low float, it's not super high. Probably coming into a lot of resistance around 9. So you know what? I mean, the closer this gets to 9, I'd be looking at potential short for PCT if it gets close. Yeah, so we're seeing some pops, gap down, and reversals in some of the energy plays, guys. Here's PBF, ERF. Will this last? I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We got a red candle here. It's going to be another 6 minutes or so before this closes, that red candle. If it turns into a giant one and then we get another one, look out. A little euphoria may be over for a while anyway. Nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown yet. How did that Sgfy, did it continue? Yeah, this is still pretty strong. So let's take a look left on this Sgfy. Is there, I don't see any specific, well, I guess I do see. Okay, so it's another upgrade. UBS upgrades them to 21 from 20. So a bit of an upgrade for Sgfy. I guess that is the reason. No, I didn't have time to do this. Of course, I was gone. I usually do this at around 6:20, but let's just take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. My guess is that the oil sector, though we're seeing some recovery in those stocks, but right now, as we speak, every single stock that makes up XLE is down from yesterday's close as we speak. Let's take a look at what the biggest one is, PSX, okay, as an example. Now again, this is as we speak. So technology, 90% of them are up from yesterday's close, 92% communications. There's really, I mean, obviously the weak sector is energy right now, but we've seen some bounces in some of the energy stocks. They don't maybe make up XLE, but we're seeing some bounces in those stocks. That'll be determined what happens with this market really. All right, so we got a little bit of a base now for Sgfy, a little bit of a base. See if it pops through 17 on some volume and see if it gets close to that little $21 price target. But look, let's look left. So 1866 is the next high that I can see looking left on the monthly chart. How about on the weekly? Is that the same? Yeah, so I mean 1866, that's the next high on both the weekly and the monthly chart for Sgfy. So it has some room if it can take out 17 to keep kind of running. Man, what a difference. The breaking down in volume, that was absolutely just full for the last few days. Only a couple here. Breaking up on volume, more full. All right, guys. Now, so yeah, we're seeing some of these. They may not be over. I mean, it all depends on what the SPY does. I mean, if oil starts to move higher again, you know, these silly little low float energy stocks that went crazy. I mean, they could have a bit of a surge again. You know, namely Indo. All right, what I'm doing right now, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Some of them are from, you know, I have them from yesterday, the same ones. Some of these little energy plays. I'm not seeing. I mean, the Indo for sure. How's the MCX doing? I'm not seeing the rest of them really following suit. MXC, sorry, MXC. Yeah, MXC. I mean, it's not really. I mean, Indo is definitely leading the way right now. Will that drag the rest of them up for a while? Yes. You are absolutely right, Mick. Stantec actually didn't do too badly in this big downturn, you know, and yeah, it's tacked on. Doesn't trade very much in the U.S. stock exchange. Doesn't trade very much really in the Canadian stock exchange, to be honest. But yeah, another acquisition. And that is my wife's company, so that's why I'm sure Mick mentioned it. All right, guys, keep an eye on this Stitch Fix, SFIX. It's an earnings play it's not an all-time low right now, but because of the pre-market. But keep an eye on this. This might give it up again. It did have a mini bounce. Meanwhile, guys, I mean, LI and XPAV and probably NIO early on. Cano, I did see Cano, but didn't it get bad news? Well, what I'm seeing, it's Loeb's third point slightly increases its stake in Cano, so I don't know what the bad news is. I mean, it might have been bad news yesterday or the few following, or these days, maybe, obviously. But I guess increasing their stake, I guess the market's viewing that as good news. CANO. It's not a low float either. That's a big move. 140 million, 39% up. That is a big move. However, let's take a look at what we see looking left. The next high looking left, it still has a bit of room to run. 675 is the next high looking left. Boy, there's these China EVs are really ripping here. LI, XPAV, and I'm sure NIO. Let me get NIO in. Yeah, they're all ripping here. Stella, STLA. Let's see what it's doing right now. All right, well, obviously this still has room, guys. I mean, 1720 or so is the next high looking left. It had a great recovery, decent recovery yesterday, but a big one today. This is headquarters in the Netherlands. I'm wondering if this is actually controlled by Russia, though. I don't, some of these stocks that are in the Netherlands I've noticed are actually controlled by Russia. I really don't know, but maybe this is, it's definitely recovering, though. I mean, up another 10%. No, it is available from my homepage. Okay, so I'll put in my homepage link. Okay, so it is available on my homepage. Question was, this is what you'll see. Okay, so this is a docked window. You'll get these four. You don't have to have them all if you don't want. You can always, if you don't want, one of them or all. Well, you want to keep one, not three. It's up to you. You just have to click on the X, okay, to get rid of. But this is what you'll see when you load it, breaking up and down in volume. And just go to my, so you click on my link. And here it is, the scan section. And here it is, breaking up and down in volume right at the top, all right? Well, the figs, I know Real mentioned it, got an alert right here. So right now, these ones, certainly the figs at 1692, the alert was at 938, and now 1834. And that's on the 10-day daily breakout as opposed to the breakdown. All right, PLTK, another one, Playtika. Playtika. So this is a Israeli stock, and it is this anything to do with cyber? No, just games. Okay. Um, so it's got next high looking left is 18. Why is it doing this? Okay. I don't know. Oil prices fell, I guess, TRD. I mean, the market's looking for in any. Ah, look at this, guys. Nice green bar here. So buyers are in control still. You know, we had a bottoming tail on the SPY. And then what does that bottoming tail mean? At one point, that was a red bar all the way down here. Buyer stepped in, closed it there, and they're still in control as we speak. Another China stock on the way back, guys. So a lot of these China stocks are also bouncing. Here's Billy, BILI, over that whole number of 25. And when you look left, what do we see? We see 2712. So again, another one that has room before it hits the next high on a daily chart. Well, Cano's liking that little increase. You know, that's just Loeb's third point slightly increases the holding. So, you know, it could look really misleading if you just look at this headline. Okay, you look at this headline and it says 6.7%. So, you know, you might look at that and go, okay, maybe did they have zero before and now it's 6.7? But then you look at this headline and reports a slightly increases their holding. So, you know, it's possible. I mean, because if they increase it from, you know, whatever, 6 to 6.37 or whatever, I don't know what the slightly, I'm not reading the article. But if traders are just looking at the headline of 6.7, they might think that that's, you know, an initial holding. Anyway, Cano is definitely, it's moving on the news. You know what else is moving, is not falling down, is Stitch Fix, SFIX. There's a nice move. Well, it takes that out. Who knows? Maybe it recovers somewhat. 942 is the high right there, so it's at 943. Closed yesterday at 11. Had earnings, got hammered after hours. Looked like it was going to continue down, but no. Meanwhile, one of the high flyers, I almost took this one in the pre-market. I'm very thankful I didn't. SBFM, high flyer in the pre-market, got all the way up to 6. I was watching this on a 6 break, actually. One of the reasons I didn't take it, though, I knew I had to take off. So I'm really glad I did not take it. And now it's just giving it up. Not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I checked figs. Nothing I can do about it now. Real mentioned it sort of around here. I mentioned it right here that it had an alert on the 10-day daily breakout at 1692 at 938. I was still gone by then, so I did not see that alert. No, even here, another one. I mean, I got back just around this time, so I missed all these early ones. Let's see what Hudson did. HDSN 481, so that's not bad also. So these 10-day daily breakouts are actually, how about the LILM 445? Yeah, I mean, some of these, if the market continues like this, we could, these could continue higher. And then this one, the Sgfy at 1674. So right now, I mean, obviously, as we speak, the 10-day daily breakouts are working quite well. I also put the 20-day real as you suggested. So a lot of these are 20 also. And again, this is one of the scans that I am sharing. Okay, it's literally called, actually that should, I wonder why I named it that, no charts. There is a reason. I don't think it's named that in the in what I'm sharing. Take a quick look. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, so I did not. So these are the individuals. So this is sort of the docked version, okay, of these four. But so these are the individual scans. So I did not save a docked version of it, or no, I'm not sharing a docked version, I should say. Meanwhile, yeah, Cano. Now the look what happened with the ASTS. Here's the 200-day moving average, 958. What did it get to today? 950. Now you can see, I mean, so that stalled it for a while anyway. So I'm getting a lot of gap up and goes now. This is another active scan, guys. I really like this one. The gap up and did this multi-strategy window. There's the figs in it, the GDYN. So there were 4 strategies or 4 alert windows in here. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So the gap up and goes with the market doing what it's doing. You're going to get a lot of those. We should also get gap down and reversals. Some stocks that gap down early, if the market continues like this, we should get quite a few gap down and reversals, depending on the sector, of course. So again, just a brief explanation. The gap up and go meant a stock gapped up, and when we got the alert, it was moving higher. Doesn't mean, of course, that the stock is, anything is going to continue. But when we get the alert, it gapped up and it kept going and made a new high. So therefore, it made the filters. Gap down and reverse meant it gapped down and it's reversing. Gap up and reverse, it's just the opposite. It gapped up and reversed. So, for instance, if the market decides later on to get a sell-off, we could get a lot of gap up and then reversals. And then, of course, the other one, the gap down and go, stock gap down and it kept going down. So that's those four alert windows are in that, and I'm sharing that one. High flyer from yesterday, a gap down and go. The high flyer, one of the high flyers from yesterday. So this is security stock. It tried again to get through the 200-day moving average, but it is moving down. Not shortable for me, but pointing it out to those who maybe have shares available to short for CYRN. Give me one moment, please. All right, let's see if anything is starting to pause a bit. There's wheat is breaking down. Wheat is breaking down. Of course, another high flyer along with the oil stocks, the energy stocks. But wheat is now trying to break down a bit here. WEAT. Okay, so I have a question from our YouTube room. Sound alerts are not working on my TI. So is it possible, first thing to check, is it possible that you've got the sound toggle? So between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there is a sound icon. Just check it to see if you've got a slash through it, okay? Like sometimes, you may have accidentally clicked on that, and then that will block you from having any sound. So check that first, Del Boca, okay? So again, between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there's a sound icon. Check to see if there's a slash through it. There you go, great. Easy fix. Always happy when it's an easy fix. Again, some of these China stocks. So there's another one, guys, another interesting one. Well, wait a minute. 2505. Is that the high? Yeah, so I mean, it's got some room. BZ's got some room. 2505 is the next high looking left. We're seeing a lot of patterns like this probably on a lot of the China stocks. Okay? And a green day for many of the China stocks. Should be following Bumble probably more closely. So Bumble again, the next high looking left is 2566. So again, almost a couple of dollars. So that next high. So yes, it still has some room. And this is an earnings play. Huge volume, 65 times normal. That's pretty good. 65 times normal volume up to this point of the day. There was some activity you can see right there. Look at the volume yesterday. You can see there was some action yesterday. Didn't really move the stock, but maybe in anticipation of a decent earnings report. And obviously that is what happened this morning. Big gap. There's on your topping scan. Yes, just noticing it now. And it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. A little late maybe, but and the VWAP, okay, so loving the VWAP. So I guess what we're saying here is that maybe a challenge or a test of the VWAP may be coming up. Well, as a general platform, Matt, what I call a general platform that is known to most people, I think Interactive Brokers probably is as good as any. Okay. Now, if you want to get creative and Centerpoint companies like that, I think they require a lot more cash in your account, and it can be a little expensive. But no question, Centerpoint has shorts available virtually all the time. But if you're looking for something a little more reasonably priced, perhaps that typically has shorts, Interactive Brokers is a good bet. David, I did not see YVGR or VYGR, sorry. Yeah, I mean, next high looking left is 570. That could stall it. All right, guys, getting a little more interested in the Cano. It tried to pop up. I'm going to see if this takes out 650 again. Interested in a short, that is. Yep. Yeah, well, okay, MARPS is not over. I mean, MARPS is not over yet. I mean, it's still way below yesterday's high, but it is coming back. MARPS, MARPS, just be careful. Low float, 1.6 million in the float. So obviously be very careful if you're going to take this one. And it just got halted. I think it just got halted. MARPS just got halted, yes. All right, David, or David, get that maple syrup out of those trees. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So the question is from our YouTuber, what's the difference between relative volume and volume percent 1 minute, volume percent 5 minute, etc. Well, relative volume is a great filter. Basically, it looks, for instance, right there, it's saying 15.9, okay? What that means is, and this is a very general definition, okay? It's a little more to it than this, but there's a very general definition. It looks at the average volume up to the point of, like for instance, right now, 1024, up to over the last 10 days. It looks at the average volume up to this time, and it's saying right now it's 15 times that. Okay, that's what that is. Volume 1%, 5%. I mean, that should be a little more obvious. It's just volume spikes 1%. Volume in 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, etc. Compared to, again, the average volume in those time frames over the last 10 days. Okay, so they're not related at all, really. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, obviously, if something has a big volume spike in a 1 minute, it's obviously going to affect the relative volume, but that is the only correlation. Okay, but the relative volume filter, yeah, okay. The phone is. Let me just. me a moment. Well, a Momo alert would be really, I mean, you're looking for instant momentum. So, the volume 1% or the volume in 1 minute on a percentage basis, that'll give you instant Momo, okay? Relative volume can be very high for the day, but maybe it's not moving so quickly as we speak, if that makes sense. But if you're looking for instant volume increases, yeah, sorry guys, yeah, I just had to respond to a text, so I've muted everything. So again, if you're looking, so the question is, what do we recommend? Relative volume in Momo, or like obviously a momentum scan. If you want something that is really moving quickly right now, then the volume in 1 minute percent would be the one. On that, if you look at in fact, let me just take a look at the momentum channel. You'll see what I'm talking about. If I go to docked, so if I right click on this alert window here, configure, and you'll see that 1,000% are normal and 5 minutes is 400% are normal. So typically when you get an alert from the any sort of momentum channel, typically you'll see a volume spike, which usually translates into momentum. All right, guys, Cano now under 650 again. Yeah, so these, I guess we shouldn't give up completely on these. There's USEG, not going to give up completely on these guys. Give me a moment here. Meanwhile, another one, is this ripping higher? Yeah, LILM, Lilium. What do they do? Oh, the vertical takeoff and landing jets. Very cool, this technology. Anyway, that's getting close, though, to perhaps a lot of resistance, or just around 5 and a little bit above. This is another one that is shortable, for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. It's just that, you look at this, it looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away for LILM. So you might want to keep an eye on that. Look at Indo, guys. My goodness, maybe it's not all over. Look at Indo. On our charts, no. We do not have standard deviation on our charts. Unfortunately, I've asked for it. You know what? Info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and make the suggestion. Oops, sorry about that. I typed it in correctly, so just give me a moment. Coming from our customers, more powerful than coming from me, okay? So just say, hey, I want to see standard deviations on our charts. Now, don't hold your breath about it being added anytime soon, but what happens is these sort of things get logged into feature requests, and so obviously we have a ton of people asking for it. they eventually have to say, okay, maybe we have to do it. Not that they don't want to do it. It's just, there's so many other things happening at Trade Ideas. When you have a limited resources in terms of manpower. All right, guys. Cano took out 650. Let's see if that magnet works. The VWAP magnet for Cano. Thanks to Zach on that one. A 650 break got me really interested. So we'll see. We'll see how much further it can go down. I mean, it may stall. Well, look, there's the low of the 15-minute candle. 5-minute, 605. So, I mean, it's got room to run if it wants to. Run down. And there's that VWAP. All right. As somewhat predicted, perhaps, at 10 mark. Too tough for Stitch Fix SFIX to get through as we speak anyway. Turning into a beauty now. Excuse me, sorry, Zach. The Cano. I'm sure I know you're in a lot higher, but than I am. Okay, I'm just waiting to see what it does right here. It may take some off. Had a pretty tight stop. Yeah, okay, so just, all right, guys, so I'm covered quite a bit, actually, the Cano now. It just had a little bit of a pop-up. Okay. Boy, another one breaking up on volume is so lithium. I wonder, so the lithium plays, maybe they're coming into as a sector. I mean, we had this popping up in the pre-market, but once the market opened, I mean, they just dropped, or it just dropped. But it's trying to come back now. LAC. Still strong, guys, is CSIQ, which is the trade of the week. It is still strong. I mean, it's been whippy. Listen, if you were in this one from that 33.14, whatever that trigger was, but you could have got it then, if you'd waited on Monday, because it did dip down below. But, you have to have been taking some profit, because, I mean, you can't let this happen. I mean, that was a big, giant red candle at one point. It has popped up, but you cannot let something like that happen and not take some profit, right? So, anyway. Interesting. USEG is actually now shortable at Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm wild about taking a short on that one. Yesterday, virtually all day it was not shortable. There are only 30,000 shares, but it is shortable. All right, guys. So first of all, I know I'm a little late on my introduction at all. I'll keep it brief because I was a little bit late getting back into the room. But first of all, if you're new to the room, big welcome, big welcome. Okay, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. I'm going to put my homepage link in. Oops. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. I X this out. So this promo is not active, okay? I've asked my guy to make the change. So this is not active anymore, okay? You're back to Barry for Alpha, all in caps. Let's see if maybe if I reload this. Just give me a moment. No, it still hasn't been changed yet. Okay, so this is not active right now, guys. So the promo code, I'll have to type it in. So that'll get you 15% off, okay, instead of the 20% off. I thought it would disappear last night, and it did. No, they're working. There's one I see, AI strategies. They're working. I mean, when you say working, I mean I see an alert. Yeah, look at Netera. Wow, NTRA. Okay, so if you click on my alert or my homepage, this is what you're going to see again, guys. So that is not 20%. But you'll get 15%. So premium is 2,000 minus the 15%, and the standard is 1,000 minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228, you can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a subscription, monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, on my homepage, 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. We've had 2 great ones in a row. I'm going to change the name of this, but anyway, stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And all the education that we have. We've got a great user guide now. You click on that. We have sections here. If you want to learn more about stock racing, etc., right here. I encourage you to click on that. A couple of videos, a lot of text explains exactly what stock racing is all about. Table of contents. Now, usually I see it here, but it's fully searchable. If you're starting out, though, I would probably take a look at just the 20 introductory lessons, okay? All the basic features are covered very quickly. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Daily support. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve in our YouTube room. He takes over for me at noon. I take a break at noon, so between 12 and 1. Steve Gomez will be there, and he is the originator of the trades of the week, so you can congratulate him, okay? I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break. Daily webinars. The next one will be tomorrow and Thursday. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put this together. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock? And my scans. You want my scans? Obviously you have to be a subscriber. Here are the scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. Okay, so here are the scans that I am sharing. We also have more scans. If you click on firmware toolbar, you click on new and then click on docked channel bar. We have a lot of themed-based channels. Okay, so for instance, the momentum channel that I looked at a little bit before. So if you like this one, if you thought, man, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout, all you have to do is save it to the cloud, okay? You can alter it. You can, just like my scans, you can also make changes if you want, of course. Changes like this, for instance, if you don't like the price range, 1 and 50, you say, you know what, I'd rather it be 10 and 100, go for it. You make the change. I'll click on summary, see how it has changed. But if you like it as it is, you just save it to the cloud. So the concept I'm trying to show right now, though, is you can go to the different channels, extract scans that we have created, save them that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and create a layout, and you really didn't have to create anything from scratch. Of course, if you do want to create something from scratch, of course, you can create your own scans. So one of the things we did was, instead of having to get people to learn a programming language, you don't have to learn a programming language. Yes, SBFM won that race, and you can see why it is popping up here. Again, guys, go to the user guide, click on the race section. It'll give you a great definition or explanation about what racing is all about. Okay? So again, if you want to create your own scans, great, no problem. This is an example of a scan. Or right click. So I right clicked on the basic new highs. I click on summary. This is what it's looking for. Okay, it's not so important what this scan is all about. It's just the concept that when you create your own scans, you will always start off with some filters. If I didn't have filters here and I was just saying, well, show me every stock making a new high for the day, of course it'd be going crazy. So you always start off with some filters. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. And what we did is, if you right-click Configure on an alert window and click on Search, these are all the alerts that we created. And these are the filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. We created what we consider are enough of them so that we have thousands of subscribers, different trading styles. You feel that most of our customers can combine those alerts and filters to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Say, don't get hung up on, well, how am I going to learn them? You don't have to learn them all. The AI, which is part of our premium service, if you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay. Now, this is what you'll see. What I recommend is you just click on the profitable column. You might as well just take a look at the ones that are curated. I don't even know what the full list would be. Let's get rid of it. Yeah, so these got stopped out. Who cares? Okay, they could come back later on. Just concentrate like any other watch list. Concentrate on the ones that are moving forward in the direction you want. So you'll notice here. So all I did was click on profitable trades. So that's why I only see this one right now. For those of you who want to auto trade, you're probably thinking, well, all you're doing is cherry picking. Well, you're sort of right. But again, I don't believe in auto trading. I will just follow the ones that are working for the day, all day. We also actually created a channel, doc channel bar, and now you'll see it says Optimum Holly AI, and that's what it's going to show you. Okay? But it's really simple. All you have to do is just check in the filters, just check profitable. Okay? And so why I say that is that instead of having to go to the channel all the time, just load this window, check profitable, and then save it as part of your layout. Then tomorrow when you open Trade Ideas, assuming you have our premium service, when you open it, and as long as it's before 9:30, it'll be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, again, will be up to you. You have an entry, you have a stop. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. Do not get hung up on, wow, I got an entry at 30.29 and now it's 30.34. I guess I've missed it. No. Okay, these are not designed, just to scalp for a few pennies here and there. Well, I'm all out of the Kindle, but it is still working its way down here, I guess. Had that little pop. Adam, welcome to the room. Welcome to Trade Ideas. And do you have trade ideas or just new into the room? Because this is a free room. People wonder, well, I don't have trade ideas. Can I get into this room? Well, if you're in the room and you don't have trade ideas, you know that it is a free room. Yeah, I do see Husa on the way also, on the move also. And actually, you know what? That is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. What does that mean? Let's take a look at Husa. Exploded up a bit. All right, so you've got this green candle. You've got a red candle here, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. If the next candle is green at one point and it's above that high of the red candle, this is what we call a green bar ignored. Okay, so sort of I kind of like it when there's a little more, a few more green candles in a row, but nonetheless, think of it like this: an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, continuation in the uptrend in this particular case. And that can signify, well, obviously in this particular case, did that work? Of course, because you would have had an alert or a trigger around 7:35 at 7:86. Obviously, that worked. Do they all work like this? Of course not. But it can be a good sign to go long. Okay, well, you can stick around, and I'm demonstrating what you're seeing on my screen are some scans that I use to trade. What you can do, if you just got into the room and you missed my little spiel earlier, you can go to my home page and you can go to the education section and you can check out the user guide, and that'll give you a great idea. And that'll give you a great idea what Trade Ideas is all about and the capabilities. Go to the education section, click here, and then go to the user guide, click on the user guide, and then we have all these sections, okay? Alert windows, top list windows. This is a very detailed user guide. You don't have to know everything, of course, but if you just look at these sections up here, it gives you a good idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. And if you wanted to try us out for a month, just even the standard service, it'd cost you $118 less 15%. You could try us out for a month. And I think it's updated now. Let me see. I want to just check on my... Oops. Give me a moment. Yeah, okay, so there is the promo code you can use, okay? So when you click on my link, that's the promo code that you're going to see now. Okay, Barry, for Alpha, 15% off the first month, or the entire year. Now, I've gone over this window. I'll try to be quick, but this is what we call Brokerage Plus. Just going to find the link, put it in. And just let me shut down some of these tabs. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos. The short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use trade ideas, use this window. From within trade ideas, you connect to either your IB or E-Trade account, and you can use this window to trade from within trade ideas. Okay? Because you'll notice here, it says Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options, live and then simulation. And paper trading, I'll go into that also. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? Now, please listen though, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner, first and foremost, that's what we do. We scan the US stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. This is just a feature, it's an option. You don't have to use it even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Now, the other big use for it though, especially for starting out or if you want to test your own strategies. As a simulator, a paper trader, okay? So it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're starting out, wondering and still considering different brokerages, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. All you need is our standard service, and then you click on Sim, and notice it says that before I clicked on it, it said not connected. And then it says select account. I just clicked and now I'm in simulation trading. Let me get rid of these. These are carryovers from yesterday. So again, this is what you'd see. You'd see not connected. Click on sim. And then it'll say select account, click on that, and then this will pop up. Now you're in. Now what I just showed you though is that is a way in which you can practice swing trading also. You know, if you don't get out of a trade by the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using this also. Meanwhile, NTRA is really giving up. So this is the Hindenburg. Boy, so it sort of a bit of a delayed reaction. I mean, it got the initial reaction, a pause, and now that that report that Hindenburg put out on these guys is really, really sinking this company right now. Now, I guarantee that at some point, maybe not today, but in the near future, these guys will come out and say, and really try to defend. But this is the headline, and these guys, you know, they've got some power. Their claim to fame really was destroying. I lost my train of thought. The starts with an N, the China stock that they absolutely destroyed. Was it that? I thought it was an EV play. I may be wrong, of course, but was it new? Well, maybe they destroyed it so much it doesn't exist anymore. No, I don't think it was that. It was something else. No, it wasn't the coffee company. No, it wasn't. It was something else. Yes, thank you, Denver Tom. It was Nicola, absolutely, NKLA. They destroyed it. I knew it was a China. I thought it was. I'm sorry, it wasn't China. It wasn't China. My bad on that one. But yeah, I mean, they destroyed it. Absolutely destroyed Nicola, NKLA. If you go back a few, you know, you have to look at a weekly chart, but You know, you go back a few weeks, like back here, this is the month, and it really has never recovered. So they are powerful. They are powerful. I mean, they may have done one before that one, but that certainly I think put them on the map. Trade Zero finally open for Canadians. Really interesting. So is that a commission-free broker? I mean, it says zero, but I could be wrong. What's the catch? No, 132 was Nicola, NKLA. That was the one that got destroyed. Meanwhile, this is what I was thinking of. This is the NTCO, guys. I mean, the NTCO has been on a tear. Also, I was thinking that was the NTRA, but the NTCO has been on a tear. No, your scan struck again. The USEG, Zach. I mean, it got up to. I mean, the alert was at 760. Did get up to 770 or so, but now it has fallen. Meanwhile, guys, see SIQ is still so strong. So the next high looking left on the monthly chart, as I was talking about this yesterday, is still 39. All right, so I mean, it still has room. You guys, you attend the webinar today and congratulate Steve, okay, on the last two trades of the week. ARCH, Arch, got up to 150 something. It's not this one. It's not a penny. ARCH. Typed it in wrong. I mean, remember the trigger was at 118. This was 2 weeks ago. The trade of the week 2 weeks ago. Trigger was at 118, right around here, and it got up to 165 2 days ago. You know, obviously capitalizing in the right sector, and CSIQ, the right sector. My guess is that solar is still strong. Let's take a look at TAN. Let's take a look at the ETF for solar. Yeah, I mean, it's not ripping, but my guess is that First Solar probably is doing very well. Yeah, not ripping. So actually, CSIQ, you know, this is definitely a strong one in the solar sector. But solar is strong. Okay, one moment, please. We talked about this one yesterday. You know, this is one that I mean, I did not take it. I usually don't take the trades of the week. Usually they're longer term holds, and I'm just not into that. So I did not take it early, but we were talking about this yesterday, okay? And There was that 200-day moving average, 35.42. If I back out let's take a look at this. If I get a big chart up and we take a look at it on the 15-minute. Okay, so this is yesterday. Okay, this is all yesterday's action. Okay, so there it was, 35.42. 35.42 right here. So I'm going to put a line there. So we were talking about this, and the reason I was focusing on this is because I was getting a lot of questions, not so much in the room. I get emails saying, is it too late to take this one? Is it too late to take this one? So I wanted to take a harder look to really see. I mean, I know that looking left there was still room, but what else is happening? So we're looking at this 200-day moving average, that 35.42. So you see what it did. It popped above it for a bit, and then it came back down. And I said, you know what? If this reclaims that 200-day moving average, this could get it rolling again. And that's, that's kind of what happened. It reclaimed it, and it kept going. And until it had that pullback, it got up to 36.81 from 35.82. That's awesome. So that was sort of the analysis. So I think some took that trade. I know I did, but I think some may have taken that trade just based on that sort of analysis. And you can do the same analysis. Be aware of where the 200-day is. Be aware where the VWAP is. I'll bet it stopped short of that, didn't it? Yeah, stopped just short of it. So there was a reason that this did go up. Company signed an MOU with NetJets for the right to purchase up to 150 Lilium aircraft. And this is a very cool sector that is, really just getting going. These electric vertical takeoff, EVOLs. And one of the reasons I know a little bit about this is that some of you may know my wife is an architect and she is in airport design. That's her specialty. And of course, the airports are all trying to get involved in this in the vertical takeoffs. So I've been seeing the internal communication. This is not insider knowledge. Okay, it's just fascinating to see how we will look at this sort of an industry as 10 years from now, 5 years from now. I don't know how long it'll take, but it's just something that, oh yeah. All right, so that is SBFM starting to come back a bit. I did notice that won a race, I think, a little while ago. The SBFM, I think I won the race right around here, and nice little pop. So for me, the races are like this. I am, for those of you who have been around a while in the room and all, you know that I'm a momentum trader. So typically, I will not see a stock that is doing something like this and then moving, because virtually all of my alerts, a stock has to make a new high for the day or a new low for the day, okay, if I'm looking to short it. So I'm not a huge pullback player. But what the races can help me do is find these that are starting to move and in more of a pull-up or a pullback situation. Because I would never see this, unless it took out the high right there, which is at 9:30. It would have to take out that high. 473. Now, it may approach it, and I may see it, but I would have missed this move. So, again, I'm not a big pullback player, but This helps me sometimes. I've got my hands full doing other things, but when I can notice this, it could give me an opportunity to take some kind of a pullback. Well, that I'm not sure of, a trader. Certainly, Canadian architects. Well, if you're in Canada and you know anything about architecture, Arthur Erickson was a very famous. I think he designed the Canadian consulate in Washington. I think that's his big claim to fame. Can you have your AA shares back? Did they recover? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, Alcoa, again, with a lot of the metal and mining stocks, were just absolutely ripping. Yeah, nicely done. I did not hold on, but nicely done. Not quite to the VWAP, but close. What did it get down to? Six. Actually, it got very close, didn't it? 623, 619. Very, very close. Well done, Zach. Okay. Well, their VWAP, I mean, can be off a few pennies here and there, but I mean, call it an area, VWAP area. Well, Bumble is continuing its move here. Real was talking about this one earlier as continuation. 25.66, so it still has some room. I mean, but $1 until the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. How about the daily chart? Next high looking left on the daily chart. Stella, STLA. This is really intriguing to me because it still has room. Love to see it take out 16. Put an alert around that area. All right, guys, I'm just, time is 11:09. Okay, let's check the sectors again. I mean, the market is just sort of flattening out now. There's not really very much movement. It's still, of course, holding in this nice up move that happened in the pre-market, and it's just kind of holding now. Let's just take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing. Major sectors anyway. So you go to our tool, click on new, click on dock channel bar, and then click on sector status, and we'll get an idea. See if energy is still 100%. Not quite, so we've got some energy plays starting to move a little bit, okay? Remember the last time we looked, about half an hour ago or so, 45 minutes ago, every single energy stock that make up XLE was down from yesterday's close. Now, there are some of them are up. So you can just sort of see maybe the trend a little bit up now for energy stocks. But look at technology, 94% of them up, communications, 96%, healthcare. So the market's in definitely rip mode. Financials, that was obviously in the toilet for the last little while, but 98% of them are up. So far so good if you want to go long most things. Okay, so here's a gap up, here's a gap down in reverse for silica. Another red bar ignored. SLCA. And what do we have here? 16. So this has got some room, guys. I mean, SLCA has some room. It's not quite a red bar ignored because I think the high of that red candle is a little bit above the high there, so it's not of the previous green candle. So it's not quite, but it's darn close. And oops, but of course there's the market putting in a little red bar. So a lot of these stocks will track the SPY sometimes kind of closely. Sometimes. I'm not saying all the time, of course, but sometime. So the fact that that is a little bit of a red bar forming, what time is it right now? 11:12. So this has 2.5 minutes to close. Nothing magic, guys. I'm just looking at my computer clock. It says 11, 12, 30 seconds. So this is a 15-minute candle. It's amazing. I get the question, how do you know that? Well, it's a 15-minute candle. 11:45 or 11:15 will be the close of it. Do some really quick math. Another one I gap down in reverse. I think this is another oil play or energy play. LBRT. Now here's another mining, again, so strong. This is gold. I always thought it was a silver play. Anyway, gold, of course, gold was ripping. So another one though that gapped down this morning. A lot of gold stocks did this and trying to come back. SSRM coming out of a bit of consolidation. Yeah, BAM is right. HUSA. So some of these are still kind of alive. Take a look at CARG, C-A-R-G. Real is talking about CARG. So looking to short this is what they're talking about. We've got two topping tails on the 15-minute chart and talking about the VWAP, maybe a target, 38.57. So, about 70 cents away. I'm not a big indicator guy. I'm totally aware all the time where the 200-day is, and I'm 75% aware where the VWAP is. I saw William early, so he's got some computer issues. Yeah, buy a new computer. They're cheap. You don't need to use trade ideas, by the way. I mean, you don't need, we do a lot of the heavy lifting, so, but I would still, computers are so cheap now. If you can get them. Okay, guys, listen. This is now, keep an eye on some of these ones that we're topping because look at the SPY, and this could give us some interesting shorts here. Remember what I was saying about the silica, SLCA. I mean, look good as a potential breakout, but it's following the SPY too closely. So I would definitely be keeping an eye on some shorting some of these tops now. I mean, look at SLCA. I mean, talk about following the SPY. Definitely eyeing this CARG, C-A-R-G. It's kind of hanging here. Any sort of a downturn spread at 7 cents. It's not great, but it's not terrible for a $39 stock. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know. Is oil prices moving higher again? I mean, what's because again, we definitely have to watch these low floaters again if that is the case. You know, here's the CELP, CELP, little move above 2. And remember, this got up to 370 yesterday. Low float, 4.4 million in the float. Shoot, I should have shorted that SLCA. That would have been a nice little short. So I mean, so the thought process again. You know, I was seriously considering going long this. It came up on the gap down in reverse, and I was looking at it, but then all of a sudden I see this red bar in the SPY, and I went, uh-oh. No, I mean, it's not like it's going to utterly collapse probably, but just enough to keep me out of the trade. All right, I'm looking at a couple of the AI trades. You know, I don't talk about them too much because not fair to those who have our premium service, but you know, I would keep an eye on them. Well, this is sort of a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for NTRA. Had a little bit of a pull up. You can see there's that 15-minute. Here's the 5-minute. And a little bit of a pull up, but this is still weak. Boy, there are a lot of shorts available too at Interactive Brokers, 1.2 million. So this is interesting. So this FES, which of course, not of course, but the Euro stocks, and you know, absolutely getting killed, or until yesterday, a bit of a pause yesterday, bit of a pop today, FEZ. See, MXC is not following Indo, and you know, it was pretty much tracking Indo for a while. MXC is not tracking Indo yet anyway. So maybe a delayed reaction if traders, you know, who get into Indo. Yeah, it's kind of chopping around. Let me see, is it MXC positive or negative? Yeah, so this is negative. This is nowhere near as strong as Indo, because Indo's up 32%. So, however, you know, I mean, again, if Indo keeps moving, you're going to get people interested in this MXC. So what I do is probably put I don't know, an alert around 24 or so and see if it takes it out. Meanwhile, NTRA, another leg down. All right, guys, so now that is a green bar. So what is happening here? 11:22, so it's got about 8 minutes to close. 8 minutes to close, so maybe this downward trend has been abated somewhat. In which case, some of the gap down and reversals may start to work again. But, don't want to be too beholden to what the SPY is doing with every trade you take, of course. What we're really trying to do is always find those alpha stocks, ones that are basically trading on their own, either because they've got news specific to them, or maybe it's earnings. Obviously, that would be specific, or some news. Maybe a sector is getting hammered, things like that. Okay. Otherwise, you're really having to keep an eye on what the overall market is doing. I mean, I do that, of course. I want to, I don't want to take something. I don't want to take anything that is not necessarily has any specific news to it. If I want to go long and I'm seeing the market going down, I just won't do it. No bounce plays from you yet, Zach, on your scan. Aha, there's the IRNT. I see what you're talking about. So, yeah, lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So this could turn into something. Yesterday it got up to 544. Is that right? 538. Beautiful breakout on that consolidation though on the 5. Man, oh man, that was a great break. Could have taken that trade around the 460 mark if you'd seen it here. Where is the VWAP? 469, so that again could be your magnet. It's too new to have a 200-day, I guess. So ideally what you love to see is maybe, some topping tails on at least the 5-minute chart in a row. Again, what would topping tails signify? Again, you like to see some big ones, but the buyers topping tails means the buyers at some point had the stock higher, and then the sellers took over and closed it lower from the highs, of course. You want to see a series of them. Eventually the buyers give up for a while anyway, and they say, okay, sellers, you've got control now. And this is 34 million in the float, so it's not a super low, it's not crazy high, but it's it's not a crazy low one. Okay, so I'm looking at, unfortunately, probably a lot of the airlines are starting. Wow, a lot of the airlines are probably doing this. Let's take a look at jets. So, I mean, I haven't tracked what the price of oil is right now. I mean, somebody said it was 113 earlier, which is, a fairly big drop from that 140 mark or 138 mark, wherever the high was. And of course, why we care about the price of oil? If you're in the airline industry, of course, that's a major component of their of their costs. So that's why these guys were really affected. How can XLE be up? Well, you mean it's running up a little bit, not up. Oh, up from the open, okay. Well, here they go, guys. Here they go. I mean, you know, here's 9. This was another one from yesterday. Got up to 810. All right, so CARG is not dropped. I'm going to stick an alert down here on that 39.19 level, see if it happens later. CARG, see if it happens later. Takes out the lows right there. Okay, just checking some of the things from my watch list now. Yeah, that VTNR has got some, obviously got some room. Energy play. Took out the yesterday's high. That's one of the filters I have in here. You won't see a stock in there unless it takes out yesterday's high. Well, it's got some room, you know. I mean, it's got some room. On the monthly chart, 923. Take a look on the weekly chart. It's the same level. So on the weekly chart, we see some action right around this level. That 814 level. You can see the high right there is 814. The high right there is 814. It takes out 814. You know, you have to look at a weekly chart on this. I mean, it takes that out and it has some room then. And I'm talking about the VTNR. Definitely interested in this one. If it takes out that 814 level, maybe gets up to, so it got as high as 819. See if it gets it up there again. Clears these. Yeah, Husa. Oh man. That's why this VTNR could be interesting. It's a higher float, 45 million in the float, but you know, it is an energy play. Here's another one, guys. One of the KLXE. Another one, low float, 9 million in the float, got as high as 13 something yesterday. It is trying to come back. Big area for it to try to take out. That 10, psychological, in my opinion anyway, to get through that whole number of 10. But if the rest of these little guys start moving, you know, these ones, in theory, will be tugged along with them. Well, let's just do a little trade here in the simulator, okay? The VTNR. Let's just do this one. Where did it show up? Okay, here. So I just want to show you how you do it. Again, practice trading. I'll take 300 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. The market is it's only a penny spread. Just want to show you how mechanically how you do this. There, it took the trade. Okay. So if I leave this here, then I don't. In other words, if I don't exit by the end of the day, then what will happen is I can practice swing trading. Okay, so use our simulator, guys. You can, it doesn't necessarily only have to be for people who are new to trading. But let's just say you had a strategy that you thought, I wonder if these things would work. So, a new strategy, you create it and you start taking some trades in it. See how it would work. Always have a stop, of course, but okay, guys, there's the MXC now. It is trying to follow suit. Put an alert now. Okay, it's trying. And there's Stella. Stella getting closer to 16. STLA getting closer to 16. MXC, guys, it's still underwater, in terms of the close of yesterday, but it's trying to rally with the rest of them. Lucky you had shorts for that. Boy, that's Stella, guys. STLA takes out that 16 level. I mean, it's still got some room to run. 17.15 is the next high looking left for Stella STLA. All right, CMAX. I don't know anything about this company, CMAX. So it's a healthcare stock, CMAX. And let's take a look left. I mean, it is popping. Not a low float. 68 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. But I don't know if that has any specific news. March 8th pre-market. So I guess it had earnings yesterday. And, muted reaction yesterday, but big reaction today. It has some room to the 780 mark. Stella, STLA. A streetcar named Desire. How can you not think of it? All right, it's 11:36, so I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes or so. I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. I'm sure he'll love to be there today. Okay, guys, listen, the longer this holds 16, I'm in. Okay, I just want to see this one holding 16. This is the STLA. And see if this can be a bit of a magnet way up here. 1578 was the VWAP, so it's clear of the VWAP. 200-day is way up here, so SNTG, I'm hearing. This is in my basic new highs and lows. I've got text to voice, so I'm hearing it. What do they do? Not so. This is a, I guess, financial, mortgage and non-mortgage loan brokers. So it's a fin stock. And bumble slowly but surely. BMBL. Okay, it is Steve. Okay, so Steve will be in the YouTube room at noon. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. You can head over there if you want. Steve will be there between 12 and 1. And again, you can congratulate him on his last two picks of the state trade of the week, Arch and CSIQ. No, I missed it. 26.29. Shoot, I missed it completely. You know what happens sometimes, Zach, is that I've got, I've got a sound alert on it, but sometimes what happens is I may get a competing sound alert. And at the very same time, so I may miss it. Otherwise, I would have loved to have seen that one, the CCJ, absolutely. Because the 26.29, and it really didn't move that much higher. Oh, you know what? Yeah, something happened here. My sound alerts actually for them disappeared. I think I know what I did. I had to, yeah, I know what I did. All right, well, that's my bad. So let me just get the sound alert back. Okay, now we're back. Now I won't miss it. What happens is when I share my scans, I take the sound alerts off. And I must have forgotten for that one, both on the bounce and the tops, to put them back on. So yeah, I saw the SNTG, but it unfortunately was not shortable for me. All right, guys, I'm taking Stella. 16 stop. I'm going to take it. 1141. I'd like to see it move before I take my break. Doesn't move. Meanwhile, NTRA continues making another new low after new low. I actually tried to short this one. I couldn't get the short. It's down 34%. The other thing that happened though is that the spread really widened. Now, but I could not get the short because of the uptick rule exactly where I wanted it. So I'm just having to forget about it. Be interesting tomorrow though, guys. If or even later on today, more than likely not today. But when the company comes out and says that Hindenburg is full of it, try to defend their company. I didn't see the tease on that. I don't know if Hindenburg teases. I know Street Sweeper or Citron. Some of them they'll tease. Not Citron anymore, but Street Sweeper. I know they sometimes tease. They'll give you an email the night before saying we've got the big expose on some company tomorrow. I don't know if Hindenburg does the same thing. Gap down and reverse. Mentioned this one earlier. So this one, 2150, not bad. This is a gap down and reverse for the SSRM. With the market, though it's funny because I mean, again, the mining and metallurgy, mining and metal stocks were moving higher, of course, as the market was getting creamed. So this one is still moving higher, even though the market is putting in a bit of a recovery. Not a recovery, but a green bar. So the long plays, guys, other than these little, before I say that, these low float energy plays, with the market doing this, you're probably going to see stocks like Indo do this. And then the uranium stock, so just take a look at the ETF for uranium. URA, I mean, it's not an utter collapse or anything, but CCJ would be a big component of this. They're so funny in their YouTube room. If you're aware, well, Pepe is completely aware. So they put in these weird links that they want you to click on, and then of course it destroys the room. In the past, they used to look like obviously coming from we'll call them foreign. I don't know what countries. Now they have English names. They think they're going to. Like the last one was Phoebe Fitzpatrick. This is what I'm talking about, guys. They come in and they want you to click on a link and it'll destroy the room. I guess they think Phoebe Fitzpatrick seems less threatening. All right, so VTNR is right back up. Energy play, maybe moving. Oh, what's been happening? Well, I didn't even realize it, Vicky, but Pepe was all over it a few months ago telling me about it. But YouTube seemed to have a way in which they would block it immediately, recognizing the dot or something. But it's so they have to come up a way. with a way to do it. It's not just YouTube. It's, well, YouTube for sure, but it would be instantly deleted because YouTube was had some kind of an algo that would recognize it. Meanwhile, guys, let's see, what are the AI alerts? XP not doing too badly. The alert was at 3029, 3088 right now. However, coming into 3114, looks like there's pretty decent resistance. In fact, what did it get to today? 3121. So it kind of stalled at that high, looking left. Oh, we actually have, well, a little late, but on the 10-day daily breakdown, the NTRA, obviously some filters were not met earlier. Otherwise, oh, I know what it is. I have a max of $35, I think, on this. Yeah, $35. So again, you know, if you want this, you want any one of my scans, and you don't like the price range, you just change it. Well, the Cano is continuing its descent. I know you're not in it anymore, Zach, but boy, it's continuing. I mean, if you were still in this, or a person were still in this, you'd be looking at that 550 mark on that 15-minute chart. Okay, so guys, obviously, like I'm just looking at some of these low float energy plays that were wild. You know, I see a lot of them are just starting to give it up a bit, so be awfully careful if you're, you know, dabble in one of those. Now, where might support be, though? You know, you can kind of throw support out the window when you get hit with a hit piece like that, but on the monthly chart, looks like the next low is 25.71. So I mean, in theory, it still has some room. Am I right? Yeah, 35.53, 34.53, and then after that on the monthly chart, we're looking at 25.71. So I mean, this is still got room to move down. No, I may be wrong. I mean, look at the MXC. It is, but I'm just looking at some of the other low floaters. But the MXC is still, you got to be careful. I mean, 1.1 million in the float. It's still not positive from yesterday's close. Stella is just kind of holding that 16 level. No reason for me to get out. It's basically where I took the long. Just waiting to see if they're going to have any sort of a movement closer to that. Get closer to that 17 level right up here. Boy, NTRA. Whoo-hoo. I didn't even try this time to get the short at 35. Let's take a look at Crocs. Something a little weird with my 15-minute chart. It sometimes has a little bit of a delay in it. Wow, NTRA just getting clobbered still, guys. Even on a, in theory, a very late alert from my 10-day daily breakdown, only because I have a $35 price max. Obviously it would have shown up all throughout here. Well, that hit piece is really, really hitting it, obviously. I mean, obvious statement, but a real hit for it. I don't see anybody defending it. Even, sometimes you'll get some group or even a broker coming out trying to defend it. I mean, only 4 months ago, this was a $120 stock. This is relentless. Right now, this is absolutely relentless. Look at that break right there under 37. 37.74, two big candles. That's a $4 move right there. I wish I had stuck with trying to get the short here, but yeah, no bottoming. I mean, again, what did I see? Again, I think on the monthly chart, 25.71. Let me back the weekly out for those of you who may have taken it, just so I can. So let's get NTRA. You get a big weekly chart up. Now let's see what we see here. So on the weekly chart, looking left, so that is 32.80. So it's below that. So 28.30. I mean, on the weekly chart, the next low is 28.30. Man. All right, guys, 11:55. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I'm just waiting for Steve. Should be there in about 5 minutes, 5 minutes or less. So I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. And you can head over there. Steve will be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. So again, I have the pig sound on this one, the oink oink oink, and that's all I'm hearing is oink 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 on NTRA. Yeah, for those of you wondering, I mean, you can put on any alert window, you can put a sound alert. So right click, properties, actions. You just follow this, play the sound, click it, set up the sound. You can see it says pig. That's what I set up the sound. You can have one text to speech if you want, one of them. The reason I say one of them, the whole idea of sound alerts, put a different sound alert on your different windows. If you had them all text to speech, you'd never know which window to look at. So hopefully that is obvious. So you use custom sound, select, and we have 3 folders here. And we have some sound alerts in each one of those folders. So, you can create your own sound alerts as long as you put them into this folder right here. Okay, you can create your own. You create a folder, put your sound if you want. I've never done it. We've got enough. But we've got all these sound alerts. And so that's what I'm saying. All I'm hearing right now is oink, oink, oink. Yeah, some days we don't get too many. I don't get too many alerts on this. However, this is a repeating, so that's why I don't mind the repeating in this case because I want to be nagged at. Okay, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Meanwhile, completely missed this one. My Jan 27:30. Okay, this is still this could still have some movement, except wow. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm expecting Steve any moment now. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. A lot of them, of course, are those energy plays, low float energy plays. They've basically stalled now. What's wheat doing? Yeah, wheat is stalling. WEAT. All right, I'm thinking Steve will be here any moment now. It is now noon, so any moment now. There he is. Okay, Steve. Well, you're going to have a fun hour. I know. You can. I've been telling everybody what a great couple of trades of the week they were. So I'll send a bunch of people over there. So have a good hour, Steve. I'll stop my stream right now.
I will have fun, I promise. All right, looks like you guys can see me and hear me. Go ahead and put that on mute. And say happy Wednesday to everybody. Crazy market. Gosh, you know what? Let me do something real quick here. I'm going to just bring something up here. Anybody know who this guy is? This is probably one of the very few people that I do respect on Wall Street. Very good guy. He's seen it all. Art Cashin. And when he speaks, I like to listen. I like to pay attention to what he's talking about. I don't watch CNBC. I haven't turned that stuff on in 6, 7 years. But if I see a headline that says Wall Street's Art Cashin says the stock market swings won't be ending anytime soon, pay attention to that because he's right. I believe he's right. Um, we just pull up the spies here and we can see. I don't know if some of you are old enough to remember that kids game called Chutes and Ladders, where it was nothing but ladders up and slide chutes down, and they got real volatile. And that's kind of the market that we certainly have right now. So what can you do to try and navigate through this type of market? You can lower your risk by cutting your share size in half. Some of these moves are just really incredible. Not really a normal market, so you don't want to really have normal share size, and that will offset a lot of the anxiety and volatility that's out there for sure. Anyway, good to be with you guys. CSIQ trade of the week. Still managing this one. I'd like to sell some up here around 40. I have an offer for 39.90 in another account. I've got it on a couple of accounts, but as I mentioned last night in my webinar, I was really fully expecting a nice day and a half push out of this, and basically that's what we're doing. It just took a little bit of time on the open. Pulled back a little bit, which is sometimes even better, quite honestly. Pulled back the bow and arrow and let it fly. So as long as the price remains above this line right here, I'm staying in. And I would really like to see maybe one big midday push here, and if I can get that, I'll sell half. And call that a good deal. Hello TRD, thank you. Yeah, it's been a good few weeks actually. Starting with BTU. BTU was a call way back here. It gave us a little bit of money and then it fell down. But as I was talking to the webinar audience last night, you really don't want to lose focus of these things because they can remain in play. I don't have this one go-to magic golden goose scan that I go to and I buy every time something spits out. That's very unrealistic. I use trade ideas to shape and curate a small list of ideas, and then I keep track of those ideas in a couple different fashions. I keep track of them using the My Liked list. Everything on this list is just the simple My Liked list, which you can get on the channel bar. And then once you add the heart on the chart, it basically drops that symbol into your My Liked list. So my day consists really of looking at all my favorite stocks, and I can usually find something of interest in there somewhere when the jump rope comes around and the timing is right. But BTU, I traded it again, bought it on that pullback to the 20 because I missed the breakout and had a wonderful ride on that one. That was kind of, like I said, a couple months ago, but don't want to lose track of these things. CF was also one that was on the books a few weeks ago. That has done very well. GDX was just 2 weeks ago, and the idea of GDX was to buy the pullback, not a breakout. Buy the pullback right there on the 10 SMA, and it did trigger later in the week eventually, and has moved on to a nice move. Last week was probably the best trade of the week I can remember in a long while. Was Arch Coal. There was just so many things lining up on this one. First and foremost, the chart. Right there, pulling back after a big push up, pulling back and then holding the 10 SMA. But the real killer was that 36% short float of 15 million shares. Now that 36% is probably going to come way down in the next survey, but still, when you've got a stock with 15 million shares in circulation, that's not a lot. And you've got over a third of those at last glance holding a short position. They are in pain, and the only way they can get out of pain is to buy the stock back and close their short position. But they're doing that in competition with everybody else who's in the FOMO mode, fear of missing out, and they're jumping in, piling in, buying to start a new position to go long. So the short squeeze, let's move forward here. The short squeeze materialized in just a wonderful way on that ARCH. Also, coal and energy. We all know coal or energy in particular has been very strong, and it was kind of a gamble to play some coal, which is what BTU also is, coal. And then we moved forward to this week to the CSIQ, still an energy play, but it's a solar energy play. and I'm just kind of waiting for a big opportunity here to take half. So whatever happens first, if I can get to like maybe 39 and change, I'll take off half on my own. Or if it breaks this 10 SMA coming back all the way from yesterday, it's back in control now. If later on in the day this thing decides it wants to bleed and close below that 10 SMA, that's going to be my cue to take at least half profit. I'd like to ring the bell on this thing for half, but I also want to maximize my gains. And I feel like if I take half off here, I might be leaving a little bit on the table. So I'm just going to continue to monitor that one. Like I said, I've got that in a couple of different accounts, but I've got one of them mirrored over here, just 200 shares, but it worked pretty well. Yes, the short squeeze. I love the short squeezes when they work. And of course, they are derived from this scan right here. If you're not familiar, this is my A table scan. This is where Arch was derived 2 weeks ago, and it's still on the top. But let's look at some others here. We got Star. Okay, that chart's not really exciting. Oh, Court has been a very exciting chart. Look at how it moved up, went side. Oh, by the way, guys, let's just look at this again here. So CSIQ was your trade of the week. Okay, remember, I've got other names down here to watch, okay? And last week, when it was Arch, I said, hey, don't lose sight of Court and BTU and VET. You've got to make sure to look at these names also on the trade of the week and then add these into your watch list, because a lot of times I really can't decide which one I want to make the headline out of about 4 or 5 good setups. So, there's Court. Called out to keep an eye on a couple weeks ago. I'm not trading it, but boy, is it sure behaving nicely. Like I said, big push after earnings. Sideways action is very strong. The moment the 10 SMA caught the price, look what it did. It popped it right back up. Consolidated, tried to test the 10 SMA again, popped right back up. It's doing so because this thing has 25% short float of 90 million shares, so there's some short squeeze pain going on over there in Court as well. Star is new. Yeah, it's, let's see. It's not a great daily chart at all, really. It's a mess. What are we doing here? We're doing investment pools and funds. Okay, not a lot of volume, 208. I'd probably stay away from this one, but you can see it is giving a beautiful example of my often preached 10 SMA on the 15-minute there. That's why I'm going to use that indicator for managing the remainder of this, or at least taking off half of this CSIQ trade. I'm going to go left here one more time. I'm going to look at this level right here. Those are all the lows back there. There's a lot of congestion. So here's what I might do. I might just pop a price alert in here. And if that thing goes off, I might just jump out and sell half and lock in some profits on that one. Go. Earnings, we can see, shot up. It's consolidating, but it's way above its moving average. I'd be scared to take that one here. Do I usually have a minimum volume I'm looking for? Yeah, I mean, there are the people who love to play the action, but sometimes the action might only average 50,000 shares a day, but today it's doing, 5 million. I kind of like to focus on stocks that are doing an average volume of at least 300,000 to 500,000 shares a day, and that goes back, maybe 3 months or maybe 10 days. Those are the filters we have. But I typically don't like to jump into plays that are just dead coming into today, and then all of a sudden they're just crazy, especially if they're low float. So I like 300,000 to 500,000 shares a day, average daily volume. Obviously, we're only halfway through the day. Let's see. Probably just going to do this on my own right here. I'm going to go, I'm going to move that up to 38.50. Close enough. I'm going to log into my account over here. And I'm going to put in a limit order to sell half at 38.50. Bear with me while I do this on the other screen. So sometimes, if I know the price I want to set it at, why wait until it gets there? Let's just throw it out there. So I'm going to sell half. CSIQ. Limit 38.50. Day order. Sell 38.50. We're less than a point away. Verify. Okay, so that order is in. Now I'm just going to mirror it over here since I mirror some of my trades. So I will, we'll do like this. We'll say 100 shares. CSIQ. Market limit order 38.50. Sell 38.50. 100 CSIQ sell. And then now this simulated trader here will simulate. See, it's preparing the order down here, and it will show me a line right up there about that blue line in a second here that says I have an active limit order in there. By all means, take your time. Where's my order? It's probably up there. I just don't see it. No, not yet. Preparing order. Simulated trading. I think I had to do that. I think I had to select the account first. So let's see if that works. Come on. What's going on here? Order is not in there. Okay, I'm going to clear out that order. Looks like let's try again. 100 shares. Probably had to select the account first before I sent that order. 38.50, sell 100 at the day. Let's see if this comes in. There it is. Okay, so this is what I was looking for, guys, right here. That's my target now. And I'm just going to sit there and wait, and we'll see if it goes off. I also set a price alert in there, so now I can just kind of turn my back on it and forget about it and see if we get there. Entry price was too high. Oh, on my order? Maybe I missed something. But I'm selling 100 shares here at that price, and I'll just leave it open for the day. I also bought a very small amount of this TGB. There's the zoomed out version of the daily chart. I mean, you can see it's just working on one giant major flag there, but trying to break out a little bit. And the story here is this is copper. All right, everything else has had its fun: steel, gold, silver, oil, coal. We're talking about a commodity, global inflation. Maybe copper is going to have its turn. So just a starter position in that. We'll see what happens. Okay, Bill. Hello, Bill. Would you know a workaround for RSI dropping below lower Bollinger? I wouldn't. There's no way really to combine the Bollinger and the RSI together. So, yeah, as of yesterday, the Bollingers or the RSI was extremely oversold down here, and I would imagine the Bollinger Bands were too. The only thing I could suggest, Bill, would be, to create a filter for both. So both filters have to be satisfied in order for you to see the symbol. You could use, just for an example, let's do Bollinger first. Position in Bollinger Band on the daily. So if you want to see these overextended to the downside, you would say something like, show me something that's in the Bollinger Band no more than 5% above the lower band. So we're capping it at 5%. The price is below the lower bull band, it's at the lower bull band, or it's no more than 5% above. That's the operative right there. So you could use that filter with something like that. And then for RSI, you go to the same thing, daily RSI, and maybe you add filter and you say, I only want to see things below 20 or below 15 or below 10 in the max. But remember, these two filters are going to have to work together. If one is satisfied and one isn't, you're still not going to see the symbol. So what you could do, Bill, is you could go back and you could look at Nike yesterday where it was, maybe run a history on it, but you could see what those data value points were yesterday. Where was it in the Bollinger Band? Where was it on the RSI? And kind of use that as a benchmark for configuring that scan there and tinker around that way. That would be my suggestion. Barry was saying he had a great trade in NTRA today. Well, obviously he was going short. I love that Barry's not afraid to go short. That's good. All right. Hello, Dan. Can you please help me configure a stock race showing stocks that are most up from the open for the day and getting the most volume right now? Sure. Got a great example. So you can pick really any top list you want. I find value in a couple of things. I find value, one, in running a stock race on my sector ETF in the morning. So you could do it like that. And you can also do it on this one called the action is heating up. Let's do the action is heating up. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of fast movers going on in there. So what we would do is we would right click the top list window, launch the race configuration window, open it up. We can open it up to 10. I'll do 15 cars. I think what we're discovering here is the shorter the race durations, the better we can kind of see what's going on. I know Barry and Chris like to use 2 minute, so we'll do 2 minute to run. It's important to replace the cars. If a new car comes into the thing quickly, it'll knock out an old one, and then auto rerun to start over after 2 minutes. But here's where your question lies, showing stocks that are most up from the open. So we start based on change from the open. Excuse me. Well, notice change from the close, change from. Notice it's not in here. Why is it not in here? Well, there's a reason. We have to first configure the top list with what we want to see. Is change from the open in here? We'll just go ahead and we'll find it. So we'll go to search on the top list, change from the open. There it is, change from the open %. That's the one we want. Now we're not going to filter. We're just going to add a column. We're just going to show the column. Okay. Change from the open. Why is it not in there? Change from the open %. Show column. There we go. Change from the open. Okay. So now we've got that column in there, which is really what the stock race is derived from. So you've got to have that change from the open column in there. Now we can launch. Did I add change from the close? Let's take a look. I might have done it on the last one. Yeah, we got change from the open in there. I probably did close on the last one. Thanks, Pamela. So we'll start over here. Let's go, we'll do a dozen cars, 12 cars for 2 minutes, replace cars, and auto rerun. Let's try again. Based on, this is what you want to key on, based on change from the open. So stocks that gapped up and pulled back a %, we're not concerned with. We want to see stocks that are moving from the open, not a giant gap up. Maybe they gapped up, but at least they're still running. And then here's the secondary sort. I recommend using sort by delta value. And what that does is it organizes those cars. So the winning car, the strongest car, is always on top. You're not having to pick through the field. It's just a very nicely organized, let's go ahead and launch that, a very nicely organized way to view who's the strongest out of the group. We'll let that run there. And getting the most volume right now. Okay, so you have an and in your question. We just basically, are running our race off of change from the open. But I will highlight this column right here, volume 5 minutes. This is a very strong metric. What does 22,000 mean? Well, it means, let's start here. So here's our race going, AFIB, all right? There's AFIB. AFIB's down here. It's doing 27 times normal volume. So the volume in 5 minutes, 100% equals normal volume. So this ASTW here, whatever, it's doing 3.5 times normal volume. Reverb, REVB, is doing 10 times normal volume. So my response, Dan, is to run the race off of who's moving the most, but you'll have to come down to the top list and kind of cross-reference and see, okay, AFIB is doing great, but how is this one's relative volume? Where did it go? AFIB. There it is. It's escaped me. So AFIB is winning the race in the 2-minute change from the open, and we can confirm, Dan, that it's doing really good volume, 42 times normal volume. So just two things. Add a change from the open column in your top list. Add a volume 5-minute percent. Or if you want, you can add relative volume. That also works too. But I think volume in 5% is going to be more keyed into the most recent couple of minutes that we're looking at. So hopefully that helps, Dan. If not, let me know. Add those two columns, and then that's how you'd want to set up your race. So back to Nike for Bill. At the end of the day yesterday, well, at the end of the day yesterday, Nike really looked like a falling knife. I mean, that's a real tough one to just jump in there and say, you know, we want to buy it here. So the first thing I do is I look left to see if there's any reason that it bounced at that level. Okay, it had kind of a little hiccup back here. All right, back there. And that's kind of where we are right now. But there's no real science to looking at these charts that are oversold after 4 or 5 red candle days and then jumping in and buying the close. I mean, you can do it. You know where your out is, but there's no guarantee that there's going to be a third day of selling. So, Bill, what would have happened to Nike today if the market gapped down 1%? It probably would have taken Nike with it. So that's a tough call to try and find these setups that are just pile driving into possibly new 52-week lows. I mean, there's one thing you could do is you could look for stocks making 52-week lows. You know, when you go to, there's 2 ways to do it. Okay, Bill, in an alert window, you would take the alert and you'd say new low, 52 weeks. Okay, well, I'm going to do new 365-day low. So it's not going to show me a new low unless it's a new 52-week low. So that's one thing you might be able to consider. If it's a top list and you want to see something like that, well, you don't have a new low, but you have something called position in 1-year range. Year range, position in year range. Okay, so you could add that filter and say, position in year range, sheesh, 0. What does that mean? A 0 in the max column of that filter. Well, it means the price is below the low of this range. That's what we want. A 0 is the 52-week low when you're using position in 1-year range. And if you use that 0 in the maximum column, you're basically going to get everything that's below a 52-week range. Nothing that's still above a 52-week range. So those are two different ways, Bill, that you could use filters to try and maybe zero in more on those, but there's no guarantee that you buying an oversold chart like that at the close, there's no guarantee that you're going to get that bounce today that you got in Nike. Okay, so yeah, Danny, when you see a little red shadow on the right side of the car, that means that car actually went backwards, kind of a backwards hiccup, made a little backwards move. That's why I like doing that delta sort, so you can kind of just see the one that's pushing probably isn't going to have any of those. They're just going to keep on going from left to right and holding strong. But when you see that little flash of red, it means it was a downtick. Oh, come on. I'd love to get this. I'd love to. I'd love to get a half off of this trade on my terms, meaning you guys came up and took my price. I had what you wanted, and I was dangling it in front of you, and you took it, as opposed to waiting until everybody realizes, oh shit, this move's over. I got to run to the exit doors and get out before everybody else does. That's no fun. Sure, it's still a profit, but it's just something that feels better about having them reach up and ring the bell that you set for them on your terms. So we're 60, 70 cents away from that. Maybe that'll happen. I know I do take short positions, TRD, but a lot of times I do those in the form of triple levered ETFs. Um, this account, for instance, this account right here, this is in my portion of my 401k. In my 401k, I cannot short, but I have access to a couple other accounts where I can short, and I have done that. Um, if you've heard me talk about shorting, I'm not one who likes to short new lows. I'm one who likes to wait for a bounce for a few days and then hammer that bounce into a short position. Tesla has really been working on that 20-day moving average. I don't think I would really short something like that, but something that's like in a downtrend and bounces up right into the declining 20-day simple moving average, I would short that. But I'll tell you, TRD, it's really only been the last couple of months that shorting works a lot better than going long. And so it's been kind of a short window for me. What I have been doing is I've been doing like Andy. We like to do these triple levered ETFs. And I participated in the SPX. I think I bought some there. And then I was all excited when it gapped up here, but I didn't get out until like halfway there. I think I bought some more SPX down here, and then I rode it up a little bit. And, you know, it's just a preference. I probably will start shorting singular names outside of my 401k and other trading accounts more. But it hasn't really been the case over the last year. Looks like gold and silver want to take another step down. They got a bit ahead of themselves, GDX and gold miners. So, yeah, Bill, you bring up a good point. You know, when you do bottom fish, and I have nothing against bottom fishing, and you can do it correctly because you know you're out. You always know you're out, okay? Ideally, it's the lows of, you know, yesterday's trading. If you take it home and you get a good little 20-30 cent gap up and it starts to hold and grind higher, well, you know you're out is yesterday's lows, which is a much better risk reward scenario and less volatility usually than trying to buy something that's just been trending and trending and trending and hasn't had a pullback and needs a pullback or a shower to reset the price action. So the good news is if you're going to play those, I'm not discouraging you from playing them. I'm saying that you can make anything work as long as you create a good set of rules and understand what your risk reward is. And on those bottom picking ones, you've got good risk reward. If you can nail it just right, you're not in a lot of pain. But what you don't want to do is jump into maybe full size, and then if it goes against you, you start adding. That's averaging down. Never, ever, ever, ever do that. One thing you could consider doing, Bill, is maybe taking a half position at the close and then seeing how that half position is working for you in the first half hour. And if it starts to build on itself and gets back above the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, then add your second half. So it's easy to kind of leg into those trades and see if they're working and dip your toe in and see what the temperature is, as opposed to, I can't stand not being in the stock anymore. I can't stand not being in Newmont trade in Newmont Gold anymore yesterday, so I'm just going to buy it up here. You know, you're just asking for that reversal. That's a tough risk reward up there. Now, buying it, that is. If you were shorting it, that's a different story, but I digress. Hello, Perfect Circle. Yes, tight stop, Bill. You know you're out. I'm definitely not trying to discourage you from doing that. Hopefully a couple of those things I showed you and a couple of those trading tactics might help with that type of method. I'm going to log into my other account here for a second and do the same thing with that CSIQ on my other screen here. All right. By the way, I know I did tease that A table earlier, so I'll put it out there if anybody doesn't have it. Again, it's just looking for short squeezes, and it always updates itself. Let me see something here. What the heck? Okay. I've got that set to 75. Yeah, Arch is still on there. Star, really interesting float, 27% of 66, but the chart's not really saying much, but you can see I did add a price alert up there to let me know if it does want to try and break out. Court, strong short squeeze going on over there. This go-go might be one to keep an eye on. Maybe in the next couple of days it does like what that court did. It goes sideways and then goes. What do I mean by that? What court did right here. See how it went up? It went sideways for a whole week, and that 10 SMA resolved it quickly by pushing it higher. So that could be the case on go-go. Something to keep an eye on. REI got ahead of itself, pulled back greatly. This is interesting. MDRX is 113 million on the float, 20% short. Healthcare company could be trying to break out there. %19 of 26 million in this AAWW. Atlas Air Holdings, chartered freight. Interesting, but what I see here, I'm going to set a price alert there. So this is all I do, guys. I just kind of go through and look and say, well, that's interesting, but it's not ready yet. I'd like to know about it here on a pullback, or I'd like to know about it here on a breakout. And I turn my top list window into a price alert, so I get the actual alert if something happens that I want to know about. And of course, as you go farther down the list here, we have less and less short float to try and exploit on the short squeeze. Yeah, I know, Perfect Circle. You're late. You're trying to work the 9 to 5 to pay for this crazy hobby, business, circus, carnival, casino, dopamine. All right, I think we're caught up on questions. If not, somebody can pop one in there. But I see the market's going to highs here. Spies and Qs moving to highs. Okay, so something just popped in here I'll talk about. All right, that blue line, that's my 130. It's a 5-day moving average using 130 15-minute candles. Look at how the 5-day average acted as support way back there. All right. This 5-day average is nothing more than really an area of interest. Doesn't tell me that it's going to come up here, it's going to hit that and slam and drop back down. I don't know that. But what I do fully expect is the SPY, S&P, is going to run into this blue line here in a moment. And some of the machine input algorithms are going to start selling again. maybe even individual human traders and hedge funds might start selling again. So I just anticipate a little bit of a hiccup here in the S&P as we reach right up and tag this blue line. I fully expect some consolidation at this blue line. I will be surprised if it cuts through it like butter. Okay, let's just call it that. I'm not predicting that it's going to fail. I'm not predicting that it's going to push through. I'm just predicting it might take a little bit of a pause here and rest while it figures out what it wants to do. And I see that a lot in my 5-day moving average. You need a new job. Well, if you don't like your job, then yeah, you probably need a new job. I used to hate my jobs. I haven't traded 100% since 1995. I've been I was out of the game for a few years. I was in some other industries doing some other things, but I always had one foot in the game. But pretty much for the last 10 years, I've been fully enveloped back in it again. So what I'm saying is I know what it's like to wake up and maybe not go to a job you necessarily want to. NRTA, good news, but selling off for Todd. TRA. Good news, but it's selling off, huh? Oh, Hindenburg got a hold of them. Okay. So these shorty newsletters that have some clout, they get people behind them. That's what's making it sell off there is that Hindenburg article. Those guys are jerks. They front run things, get short. I mean, I can see why they were shorting that chart. It's not a great looking chart, but okay. So if you know the story better than I do, the worst is out from the Hindenburg article. The low here is 26.20. You know, you could nibble right here and see if you wanted to go long, if that's what you're talking about. But the very first thing I would do is I would pay attention to what the price does when it meets this declining simple moving average. Okay, that's going to tell us the real story. If it hits that moving average and then wants to go back to lows, this thing is not done. But if it hits that moving average and chops around and starts to bleed back above, maybe the worst part of that Hindenburg article is over, and the people that took it home overnight suffered the worst. Hopefully that wasn't you. But it's no fun when these guys get a hold of an article and have a giant following and everybody's greedy and tries to make money and they're looking for ideas and they pop onto one of those and pile on. Yeah, and they're one of the notorious ones. There's a couple other newsletters that like to pile on and just ruin people's day if they're long. And then the sad thing is most often it's just based on rumor and conjecture and opinion, but they have such a clout that people follow them because they're lazy and they don't want to find their own ideas. You are welcome, Todd. So yeah, again, Todd, your main goal today is to get a 10 period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart, and in about maybe half an hour here, see what happens when the price and this line converge. If the price gets thrown back down near lows and you see another red candle, that's not a good sign. Same thing like I was talking about the SPY. It's just a level of interest. And when there we are, we made it to the level of interest, that blue line. So now it's like it's kind of spent all morning and half of lunch getting here. Now what? I think it's just going to consolidate here for a little while. It's just what price action does. It doesn't matter if it's the one we just looked at for Todd or if it's the SPY. There are going to be certain areas of interest where the price action will take a pause and we can monitor it and try and see who is in trouble and who isn't. 31 to 35 then out. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do a quick scalp and just say, I'll just take the bounce, and if it pops up to there, then that's your scalp. But if you were buying down here, you could sell half there, but that's really going to be where the rubber meets the road, and you're going to want to pay attention to the price action. And what you want is at least one or two closing candles above that declining moving average to stop the bleeding there. You're getting a sneak preview here. Looks like. I don't know if you guys can hear that. You can't hear it? I'm sorry. I know I thought I turned on.
I'll be looking left all the
How
time
about
to see
that?
where a stock could start. We saw a headline that Hindenburg, which is a
Can
big
you hear that
short
now?
seller, basically came out with a really scathing article about NTRA. Now, if you don't know Hindenburg at all, take a look what they did to NKLA. NKLA. This is Nicola. This does not tell the story. If I back up and look at it, say a monthly time frame, look what they did to Nicola. I mean, they slammed this company. This was a company, of course, an EV play. It was a $94 stock, and now it is only
So this isn't even published yet. I'm just letting you guys get a free look at it.
a $7 stock. Now, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with NTRA, but they've got some power. They've definitely got some power. And let me get back to a 15-minute chart. So that's not the only thing though, because you've got to also actually get to a weekly chart. You have to start looking at some levels. And where could this thing keep dropping to? You know, and you just keep looking left. Now, we thought maybe, you know, that 40 level might hold it, but not even close. And then we're down here at the 34, not even close. And a lot of times what I do is I'll be looking left all the time to see where a stock could stall. The issue with this though is that you can almost throw technicals out the window when you get something that is just getting slammed because of a hugely negative report that has a lot of followers. I mean, it's that simple. Hindenburg's got a lot of followers. So, you know, we could look down here. Maybe, you know, this 28 level will hold. Who knows? We don't really know yet. But
Yeah.
if you're wondering what makes a trade
Yeah,
great,
Barry's
well,
live.
in this particular case, the news, okay? You had to see what the news was. You had to be following it. And, you know, we had many alerts from my scans that located NTRA
Anyway,
right about
I was just curious what Barry was talking about over there. Let me turn my desktop audio off so that doesn't seep through. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Let's see how much clout these guys actually have. Oh, they're crushing silver now. That's okay. All right. We are caught up. What would you guys like to talk about in the remaining 15? So RKDA is obviously a sub $2 stock, and a lot of the volume that came in last week, I think, was in sympathy with the agricultural plays like CF and some of these other ag plays. And I'm going to stay with it. It's just a total anticipation play. RKDA, that pesticide, agricultural, chemical, bioscience. I love that volume. I'm not concerned. It got ahead of itself, pulling back. My key moving averages are nicely fanned out now. No worries at all over there. Just letting it marinate. had a lot of names on the pro gap scan today. Pro gaps are things that are in a downtrend and then gap up. There's a lot of those names because that's basically what the market did today. Looks like that one was a good one. All right, guys, anything else you want me to look at? Any other charts? Any other questions about trade ideas? Netflix looks horrible. Pretty much cut in half. Pretty much cut in half. Look at that. Wow. So much for the pandemic plays. Look at GameStop here, guys. I mean, the 50-day moving average is about as solid of a wall as I've seen on a stock. That GameStop is not going to do anything until it regains its 50-day simple moving average. CRWD got earnings coming. You are correct. Earnings are tonight. Post-market. Well, certainly have shaken the trees going into earnings, haven't they? Oh, CrowdStrike, huh? Oh, boy. You know what, guys? I'm just going to tell you something. I would stay away from this thing. I would stay away from this thing. I got a bad feeling that CrowdStrike is going to show up in the news at some point in not such a favorable light. That's just my own personal beliefs and theories. So for me, that's a pass. The fact that it has earnings tonight, that's a gamble. You know, you could maybe try and day trade it into earnings, but that ship might have already sailed as well. You're very much above your intraday moving average there. Heading into the second half of the day of earnings, I don't know if there's going to be much going. And then if you're just going to take a position going into earnings, you're basically just playing the roulette wheel. But yeah, I have no problem saying I've got a problem with CrowdStrike. And let's just see how it plays out. Ask how news and earnings dates and how often do they affect your trades. Okay, so TRD, I really don't like to take positions into earnings. I like to avoid them. I will trade around them going into earnings. And let's say that maybe I have a big trade, right? Well, maybe I'll take 2/3 off and let that 1/3, which is up, the house's money, the casino's money. And if I get lucky, I get lucky. But I don't really seem to get lucky that often when it comes to those things. Playing stocks after earnings is a real big deal. Probably much more for Barry and Andy. Barry and Andy really pay close attention to what stocks are coming off earnings. So that's more of an interesting play. And we're right in the throngs of earnings season here. So, you know, if you see something that had surprising earnings and gaps up the next day, you know, that might be in play. But typically, I look for consolidation. I look for strong charts. I look for short squeezes. I will play reversals. I try to buy on the pullbacks. I try not to buy breakouts, even though a lot of the trade of the weeks are breakouts. It's really some of the easier things to convey. But I don't look for news plays that often. Barry does. I mean, he's really the one who's going to be on top of news and earnings. He's more of a day trader. So I'm more of a swing trader. I'm looking for things that just kind of slowly develop. And I'll sit in something for a couple days, like I showed you a second ago, this RKDA, because I feel like there is still a story involved with agriculture, fertilizer, shortages, inflation, things like that. You know, Russia holding on to their wheat, Ukraine. Exports are slowing. Things are getting a little crazy out there when it comes to agriculture. You know, there could continue to be a play there. So my point is I bought some down here. I actually sold some, bought some on pullback. Now I'm just sitting. I'm not concerned about this trade at all. My swing trading style requires patience, and some days I have to sit for a couple days before, You know, as long as the chart stays intact, I'll wait for the story. But if this chart starts to break down, I am not going to be a hoper and wait for a story that might not even help. So my axiom that I created is, for me, the chart must confirm the story. We all know the stories out there, but does the chart really confirm it? Well, everybody knows the GameStop story. Yeah, GameStop should go back to 1,000 to the moon because naked shorting and Citadel and Robinhood and because that's a great story. But the chart is not confirming the story. As I showed you, the 50-day moving average is killing this thing. So I wouldn't buy something like this and then trust the story that it's going to move. I'm going to sit in things that are technically healthy and are still intact. I like the 10 SMA perfect circle. So for instance, on this CSIQ, I've got a standing order to sell half up here. You can see it at 38.50 to sell half. I'd like to get that price. Now I'm watching here. This really needs to hold right there and one more push up to that level. If I don't get that level, and what do we got here? 7 minutes till the top of the hour. If the next candle in CSIQ definitively closes below my 10 SMA on a 15 chart, I will probably cancel this order and I'll just sell half to lock in half, because I want to try and ride this momentum as long as I can. And a lot of you have heard me say, in my world, it seems like momentum can last about a day and a half. Anything longer than a day and a half, you're living on borrowed time. So right now, it's, am I going to get my price, or is this thing going to run out of momentum before my price comes up and show me intraday here? If it does, I will cancel and replace that and sell half at the market if it closes below. But we still got 6 minutes to see if that happens. So 10 SMA on my daily and 10 SMA on my 50. That is my momentum line. On those two time frames, that tells me momentum is still in play as long as the price is above that line and I'm long. That's my take on MDRX. It's in the A table. What do you think? Yeah, I kind of liked this one earlier. I didn't set a price alert on it. All systems are go right here because it's technically trading above that resistance level and these resistance levels. Intraday, all systems are go because it's still holding its momentum here. So you could take the entry, but I like to try and take entries that are closer to the daily moving averages so I can participate in this move. There's a lot of energy that was expended yesterday coming off this SMA to move to all-time highs, and we blew off the top a little bit. Now we're going sideways, which is strong. And now we've got the 10 SMA holding and pushing, which is strong. I can't say anything bad about this trade other than I wish we had seen it a little bit earlier and gotten excited about it. Waiting for confirmation when we break above, it's hard to get follow through. So I'm not saying it can't do it. I just think it's a good setup. Let's look at the metrics. 21% short of 113 million, so there's still a potential for a squeeze in there. I think if you really wanted to trade it and be nimble, you could take the trade, but the minute you get a closing candle intraday under that rising 10 SMA, you're just going to have to remind yourself that momentum might have died out, and you may have to wait for another turn of the jump rope for it to work. So yeah, it's a good candidate. It's got the short squeeze potential. I just hate buying things that are that extended, but when you think about it, it's really only maybe 10 or 12% extended. Now, flip the hat, flip the table here. What if you were sitting on the other side of the table and you were one of these short sellers? And you're looking at this chart and you're like, oh boy, relative volume is okay. It's actually trading above these resistance levels that I really had hoped would hold the price back, but it didn't. So I'm a short seller here. I really need to pay attention and not let this one get away from me. And if that's the mentality of all the short sellers out there and they start freaking out and this thing inches back close to highs today at 22.15, you might want to be in it because you could participate in a short squeeze. I'm going to go ahead and set an alert just so I know what happens later in the day because I'm about ready to leave you guys. But I like the way it's holding right here. I like that. What I don't like about it is it's already ran a day and a half. but that could be offset with the possibility of a short squeeze. It's going to take those people to get triggered and freak out and start losing money and feeling pain before they. Okay, this one's giving me a little bit of trouble here, but I'm going to wait for the closing candle at the top of the hour to decide what I'm going to do there. We'll see. Yeah, and BTU didn't even have a short squeeze. It just had the coal energy component behind it. Wow, I'll tell you what, it's setting up again nicely here. This is not a bad setup. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 days pulling back right to the 10 SMA. That was an amazing move. I don't know if you can light that same candle twice. I'm going to stay away from that trade because this really was one of the best trades I've had in a few months. I'm not going to jeopardize it. Okay, one more for Perfect Circle, then we'll bring Barry in a minute. What are your thoughts on the biotech? Last time I looked, I've got IBB. It's trying to bounce along with everything else, but it is still in a bad downtrend. You know, there was a time when biotech was looking great, when you had Pfizer and Moderna and all these things cranking out with great news and getting all this free money from the government to add to their sales. Pretty good deal. XBI, also in a downtrend. So these things are still guilty until proven innocent. First order of business will be for all of them to probably close above their 20-day simple moving average. That's kind of what I see. That's kind of what I see there. It's a tough one. I feel like there's a lot of headwinds back in the pharma biotech space right now. The tailwinds are in the metals, steel, hopefully copper, TGB, fertilizer, oil, coal, nat gas, solar. That seems to be where the tailwinds are right now. Oh, look at that. X bounced yesterday right off that 10 SMA. Interesting. Yeah, exactly, TRD. The name of the game is start from a top down, from a sector approach down, 40,000 foot view. What's looking good down there? Well, commodities, energy, metals, oil, and solar. Anything commodity energy related, I think, is still going to be in play. Retail probably is, I don't know, what's retail doing? It's still, I tried to go through the sectors last night and I couldn't find one really good sector that I actually liked except for the steel sector, SLX, which already bounced today. It is holding up a little bit today. That's not a bad looking chart right there. It's very low volume though, but CLF and X are very similar. CLF is a good $23 steel stock. Look how it got ahead of itself up there to 27. It's pulled back down here to 23 using that 10-day SMA. That's a nice setup right there. It really is. If I have it, I don't know if I have how much buying power I have, but I might look at that one and not jinx the BTU trade and maybe try that CLF trade. All right, guys. Yeah, don't even get me started on that stuff, Circle. The Moderna CEO cashed out of a lot of stock. A lot of insiders selling from mRNA. And then we find out that some of their code actually showed up in the COVID-19 virus. How about that? Hey, I'll leave you guys with that fun little tidbit. All right, I'm going to let Barry know I'm back. You're welcome, JP. The Plaza 88, JP. Yeah, looks like I'm probably going to have to sell this CSIQ here. Try and just at least bag half profits. All right, guys. As soon as Barry lets me know he's ready, I'll press the secret button and let him back in. Perfect Circle, already been there and done that. Andy and myself had a service called Today Trader back in the day, basically doing what Barry did, but we showed everything just to try and really give education, but a lot of people just showed up trying to mirror our trades, and that doesn't always work. There's a lot of slippage in the trades. I will tell you this, though, Perfect Circle. Trade Ideas is moving towards more of a curated type of a platform where we have things that our traders in-house are watching each day, and we'll try and convey that to you guys like in like a new welcome screen. Stocks in play today from our in-house guys. All right, Barry's in and running, so I will talk to you guys next time. Have a good day.
Played a big NTRA bounce. Yeah, beautiful. Wow, what a bounce. I don't know when you would have taken it. Let's see, 25, maybe an argument around 27, maybe. Okay, now. That was not shortable for me anyway, the DRCT. I know it showed up in your scan, Zach. So I'm seeing a lot of topping ones on your scan. Yeah, PFGC. Another nice one. The one I was looking at earlier, I was on just in the middle, well, not in the middle of my break, but was the big C. 2186 was the first alert. Got some room down to 2147, I guess. And yeah, you're right. I saw the CORZ also earlier. Just as I'm pretty. 813, yeah, not bad. 813. What did it get up to? So the whole idea, of course, is where do you take it? I guess you could kind of say, if it pops up and then it comes back down to the initial alert price, maybe that'd be, I don't know. So even for you, it was hard to borrow DRCT. It's okay. I took I went long this one and nimbly got out, but what's the market doing? So the market's actually putting in a bit of a red bar. I mean, nothing dramatic yet, but putting in a bit of a red bar. So that is kind of what I'm going to try on your topping tails because I always struggle with, okay, yeah, they eventually do drop, but where do you take the trade? And I know what Real is going to say, check out some of the EMAs, and I'm sure that probably works. That's one of the reasons I do have a 2-minute chart up. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Yeah, CRTC was a gap down in reverse for a while anyway. Yeah, actually, not bad. CRTC had a massive big day down. It was an earnings play. This is an all-time, well, it's not obviously an all-time low right now, but in these levels here, an all-time low. Remember, you don't count post-market or pre-market. So, but it's recovering a lot like the SFIX. It's amazing. Not amazing, but I mean, it's a lot like the SFIX that recovered after a disastrous earnings report. CRCT is doing the same thing. So I'd be keeping an eye on this. I mean, it's got the room, 14. The longer it holds over 11, and the volume is still good. It's picking up, in fact. Now, did NTRA come out and defend themselves, or is it just bottom fishing? Here we go. Here we go. Remember, I was saying there might be a broker that comes out. I'm sure you guys know this. I'm 100% sure you guys know this, but this is what I was. Boom, Canaccord claims unfounded. Now, sometimes this happens during the day of. Sometimes it's the next day. We'll see if the company comes out tomorrow and does the same sort of thing. But Canaccord came out and defended it. That's what I was. Remember, I was saying just before I went on break. I said I wonder if a broker is going to come out and defend it. Yeah, you wonder how many Canaccord clients were trapped in that one. That's more, why did they come out and do it? Whoa, SRCT, wow. Just like the Stitch Fix, SFIX. Look at the volume that came in also, guys. $150 a target, okay. Did Canaccord actually say that, or is it they were just the pure defense, or is that somebody else? Oh yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah, 100. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I didn't actually dive into the release. And so there's a $150 price target. Just kind of reading through this. Well, yeah, more words for sure. So this is interesting because Chris McKay just passes on to him regarding the crowdsource one, the CRWD, and it shows up on his. So can somebody do me, if you would do me a favor and just type in crowdsource CRWD, and if you have a daily chart, let me know if it's updating, please. Because he showed me his at Trade Ideas, okay, and you can see that it is there on his, and this is a Trade Ideas chart, so it's kind of weird. Let me do a reset of the connection. So that didn't do it. Just give me a moment, please. I just have to up and about. I'm on. Crowdsource. Who asked that question? Who asked that question? Where are you? Okay, Barry. Barry. What version are you on? What version? If you can check to see the version, just click on help and about, and tell me the version that you're on, okay? What version are you on, Pepe? Please. And then I can pass that on. I'm on a development version, so it's not, but they're wondering what version people are on that it's not showing. Now, luckily, it's not every daily chart. I just checked a few daily charts. It's, for whatever reason, crowdsource or CrowdStrike. So you're on 5.5.69? Okay. And so is, and another one. Okay, thank you. Well, the news on it, you mean why the pop? It's an earnings play, isn't it? CRCT? Isn't CRCT an earnings play? Yeah, so it's an earnings play. I mean, that's why they drop. Now, there's no news for why it's moving higher. I mean, it's just, bottom fishing or whatever, but now, always check news. I mean, I don't know if you're a subscriber, Timothy, but if you're not a subscriber, you should always check to see if a company has released like an earnings. In this particular case, it's earnings. They released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see that big mauve area, that big drop after hours. It held that gap down in the pre-market. Okay, well, if you should, I would have that single stock window up. Okay, you can use mine or you can create your own, but it's always going to show you when a company has earnings. Typically, when you see something that is dropped or gone up a lot in the pre-market, usually it's an earnings play. I mean, obviously, some companies have news related. And then sometimes you'll just see stocks moving higher. You can't, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. Witness SB. What was that one? SBFM. So I could not see any news on it, other than I mean, it's one of these ones that eventually. I mean, this was what last month. It was what 7 cents, really? Wow. What did they do? So it's a virus play. I haven't had to say virus play in a long time, which is really nice. Yeah, so this daily candle problem that we have with crowdsource, it doesn't appear. I'm just going to type in a few symbols. I didn't notice that on any other one, and why it would affect CrowdStrike. Sorry, I have no idea. Dogs, okay. Who let the dogs out? Yes, that was a wild one a few months ago, or 2 months ago, I guess. Got up to $9. If there is, I don't know what it is. Okay, so somebody in the room might know. Did you do a Google search just to see? So you did actually do a search and you couldn't find one? Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe somebody else, maybe somebody in the room has an idea. All right, so the airlines have had a bit of a rocky run here. I mean, this is save. I actually was looking at this as a gap up and reverse. This is now turned into a gap up and go. Let's take a look at Jets. Let's take a look at Jets to see what is happening with the ETF. The ETF is kind of hung tough. I mean, it had a bit of a pullback here, but it's kind of hung tough all day. Take a look at several of the airlines. Save looks like it is. Let's take a look at JetBlue. Just looking at some of the airline stocks, seeing what they're doing. So Save actually more interesting. I mean, it had a steeper decline than the other ones that we just looked at, but a bigger pop. Well, there's NTRA just took another little leg up. So if you took this one, it looks like there could be a lot of resistance around that 38, 39 mark, right around here on that 15. Otherwise, it's kind of almost a clear shot to there if it wants to continue. Yeah, it's a real saying. I mean, listen, these reversals, these tops and bottoms are they're not easy to play. I mean, in retrospect, you look at them and go, man, oh man, I wish I got into that one or this one. But I mean, they're not the easiest in the world, especially if you're new to trading. Piper's now defending it too. Piper, yes. Overweight rating. Let's see what they say. $80 price target. Okay, that's what Zach is saying. VYGR. So that one earlier, what is it doing? Oh, okay, on the way up. Yeah. But you're looking, you got to be looking to short this. Higher it goes, the bigger the fall. Oh, you're long. You're actually long. What? Pinch me. I got a little greedy on the CRCT, guys, so I didn't make very much on it. Moving on. No. It's got nothing. It just happens to be his name. It's actually ZACH, not K. Okay, we have a question in our YouTube room. Are you the Zach from the Zach website? No. Nothing to do with that. Okay. Yeah, no kidding. All those other little ones that had bounces. I'm sure they wish they'd done it way higher. But it may be over now. I mean, I'm kind of glad to see it. Wow, it got up to 20? Kind of glad to see them over for a while anyway. I'm sure they wish they had done it closer to the 80 mark than whatever it is now, 34. Still a huge run. Man, remember when Peabody could not go down? Look at this, BTU. So the high was 27, down to 20 again. You know, that takes out 20. Look out below, guys. I mean, that Another little one, IVC. Oh, I'm on the way down. This is an earnings play. IVC is actually an earnings play. All-time low. They'll never fill me. Now NTR, the company themselves, after they probably called Piper and Canaccord, said, hey, I'd rather have them say emphatically states, that is procedures in regard, etc., rather than, well, we believe. Kind of a bit of a weaseling there, in my opinion. I'd be apoplectic if it were completely and utterly false. However, let's take a look, see what happens. Now that we've got two brokerages and now the company itself defending themselves against that Hindenburg strike. Don't you agree, though? I mean, believes. We believe that it is. I mean, I don't know. It's not, to me, it's just not strong enough. But certainly I'm gonna watch it. See if it has more of a lift now. All right, well, it is lifting. It is lifting. The big area right here, guys, 39. I mean, that's it's far away. But that's the area that if you were in this now, I almost took it, but I didn't get the fill I wanted, which is a good thing. And I yanked it, and now it's down below where I wanted to get filled, but I don't know. It's maybe just too risky for me right now. Yeah, but William, I mean, it either does or it doesn't, right? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. He's got to be careful, boy. I mean, I'm just watching it really closely here. See how well it holds 34. I'm talking about the NTRA. Take a look at that ISIG in a bit. Okay, let's take a look at iSig. iSig. Another one. Do I have shorts? The answer is yes, 40,000. Let's take them all. Well, first of all, yeah, what did it try to do? Well, it got through the whole number briefly, 10. I didn't get it. And then the spread really got crazy, but I mean, I did not get it. Was in at 981, 980, and I just didn't get the fill. But that's a terrible spread. I mean, it's 963, 998 now. So you know what? I almost have to leave that alone anyway. Yeah, you don't think that? Well, maybe I'm being naive. That Theranos is. Well, again, though, I mean, you're either compliant or you're not. And if you're not, then you deserve to be thrashed. Well, you're obviously right. I mean, when you get lawyers involved, you know, they nitpick, but they sort of they find a wording or a phrase or something that says, well, yeah, but it could mean this, or I guess. I'm watching it though. I'm definitely watching it because obviously, if it has even $2 or $3 more in it, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I don't. Is that the Disney Channel that Theranos one is on? I think it's a service I don't have. I'd love to watch it. Amanda Seyfried, I think, is the actress. Well, if it gets at the bid gets into that 34.40, I may just nibble at some and hopefully have a 30-cent stop or so that doesn't blow right through it. But it's risky, But it's basing here a little bit. Yeah, but it just dropped now below 34 again, and it's very risky. Yeah, stick an alert around 34.50 and see if it takes it out. If not, I'm done. Tons of action right around 34, guys. Right around that 34 mark for the NTRA. So the market is flattening out, okay? So the market is flattening out. A couple little red candles there, but very narrow, so nothing really to speak of. So the market is definitely flattening out. Dow is still up a huge amount. Nas is up a huge amount. SPY is up a huge amount. How did that ISIG end up? Yeah, it was just too hard for me to get it to Zach. You know, all of a sudden that spread went to 30 cents, and okay, well, well, okay. I, I got a nibble on it, so we'll see what happens here. Come on, baby, pop through 35 in a big way again. Obviously just waiting on this one, guys. See if it takes out 35 again. I actually tried to sell over 35. I didn't get a sell off. So I'm just in around 35, 34.50. So it's going to be right back to it. Ooh, catch up to the ask. All right, well, I took some out just over 35, just in case, guys. I mean, it's not much, but just over 35. Now, let's see if it really romps from there. Talking about the NTRA, of course. Okay, romp away. Meanwhile, USWS, that was the financing, right? Yeah, the financing. Dogs that announce the financing when the market's open. Hate that, hate that, hate that. Haven't seen one like that for a while. Oh, I'm long. I've been talking about long NTRA. Sold most of it out now, guys. So, I mean, it's really hoping it would really. I got in at just over 34.50. I said if it got to 34.50, I'd probably take. Actually, I said on the bid, if it got to 34.40, that would probably get me really interested. Was able to get some at 34.50. Sold some at 35.12. Don't have much left now. Don't have. You know, like I'm not going to. Certainly 50 gets me out. Like 34.50 will get me out of everything. Meanwhile, USWS. That was shortable too. Yikes. Again, may not have been easy to get, but it was shortable. Is shortable at Interactive Brokers, but yeah. Whoa. Yeah, I just steer clear of it. I mean, the spread's okay now for ISIG. It's only a nickel, but boy, when I was trying to get in, all of a sudden it zipped up. The spread was about 30 cents. Pretty tough to trade that. Okay, I'm out of NTRA, guys. That's it. Uh, if it gets back over, if it takes out the highs here, which was what, 35.13 or so, 35.33, takes out that high there, I may get back in, because traders will be looking at that, and then this is the key level, way up here at 38.39. Okay, guys, now the market's putting in a bit of a red bar here, okay? So, topping trades could start to work a little bit better. VYGR, yeah, okay, so, yeah, this is shortable too. I know you were long, but now, take a look left. What do we see? 802, the high over here, and 612 is the high. What did it get to? 614. So right around 6, a couple of months. Those are the highs for VYGR. Yeah, well, NTRA is probably going to go without me now. Let me see here. Did it take out that high yet? Not quite. Oh, crystal ball, what are you going to do? Gotta admit, it's basing, obviously the trend's up. It's basing nicely here. Get some volume to push it through. That might get me interested in it one more time. I'm talking about the NTRA. Well, okay. All right, I'm out of that one. I took a little loss on that one on the NTRA. So it did pop through the area I wanted, moved a little higher, and moved right back down and a little bit below where I bought it. So took a loss on that. Okay, see what else is happening. Let's see one more time if this ever takes out that high over here. One more time I might have an attempt at it. That's the NTRA. All right, 148. Let's see. Not getting too many new alerts. Gap up and reverse. This is for the nectar. Nectar. It's a little late, but that was a nice gap up and reverse. Watching, watching, watching. Close. 3570, 3571, 3573, 4. Let's get somebody else defending it. How about let's get Goldman defending it. That might do it. Yeah, we've seen that, Ori. We've seen a couple, two brokerage firms, and plus the company itself. But that's okay. That's okay. Others may have missed that. All right, moving on. There you go. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, how can that be? Sometimes, well, not sometimes, taking fewer shares can make you more money. And just read what William just said. And the theory being, of course, if you're getting stopped out a lot, you're taking a lot of shares and you're getting stopped out a lot because your stop is tight because, you know, you've got to manage your risk. You only want to risk whatever, 100, 200 on the trade, and you take a lot of shares, and so your stop is going to be pretty tight, right? You take fewer shares, wider stop, allows you to hang in the trade a lot longer, and then, hey, listen, I mean, if it tacks on $2, $3, $4, it's gold. So taking fewer shares with a wider stop can really, really help you if you are constantly getting stopped out. Now, if you're constantly getting stopped out, I mean, first of all, you shouldn't be constantly getting stopped out. Obviously, you have to revise the way you're placing your stops, or you're just getting in, you know, all the wrong type of trades. But read what William said. This NTR is probably a good example. I freely admit I probably had a few too many shares both times. Did okay the first time, a little lost the second time. But what if I only took, I don't know, as William said, a third than my normal and put a wider stop on this, allowing me to stay in the trade through all this. And then if it does something crazy, like, scoots up to 38 and beyond, I'm laughing. There you go. So there's Denver also talking about the same thing. Well, if you're talking, Michael, if you're talking about NTRA specifically or just in general, so the answer is no. Buying the dip in general, no. But specifically, I've been obviously trying to. I've traded this twice, the NTRA. But no, I'm not a big dip buyer in general. Now, it depends again what you mean by buying the dip. If you're talking about a stock that was beaten up over the last few days and then having a run, well, I look at that more as an intraday trade. So if you're talking about buying the dip intraday because after a stock has already had a big downturn, I suppose you could call that buying the dip, but that is not how I am viewing it. I just look at it as a day trade. All right, well, it doesn't look like NTRA is going to hit that 36 anytime soon. Oh, have I looked at Mesa? No, I haven't looked at Mesa at all. I mean, I know most of the airlines. Yeah, no, I haven't looked at Mesa at all. I'm not a fundamental. I know you talk a lot about fundamentals, Michael, and I'm just not a fundamental. You could tell me everything about this one, how their revenues are up, they got cash in the bank, they got this, they got that. It doesn't interest me at all unless it really broke out. The chart tells me what all I need to know. Now, interestingly, yeah, XP, yeah, from the reversal scan. So it's not. This was an AI alert. Did pretty well actually. I mean, got from the AI alerted at 30.29, got up to 31.54. So it wasn't incredible. It was about $1.30 from the right at the high. And this did not show up on mine because more than likely, actually, I don't know why. You're not talking about a topping tail scan, Zach, or Zach Real. You're not talking about the topping tail. All right, well, BRCC is just showing up on your bounce play. much volume for this today? That's not bad for US. All right, guys, not getting too many new alerts. Sort of trying to keep an eye on this for a potential bounce. This is from Zach's bounce plays. But with the market moving down just a little bit, you know, a little reluctant to try a bounce here. Especially since I'm just looking here, looking left, what do we have for any sort of support? So on the daily chart, I mean, the next low looking left is way down here at 1355. So there's not a lot of chart support for this BRCC. All right, guys, I'm just not getting too many new alerts. Okay, SBFM, yeah, a little pop. You can see why it's winning this race right here. It's got a little bit of a pop here, but again, I just don't like the fact that, you know, it's close to 4. For me, this sort of, these races here, if I had a pattern that was more, you know, I guess we'll call it a pullback, but after some consolidation and then the move, I just don't see it here. I mean, I see what it's looking at, but I just don't see the trade here. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm just going to keep tabs on a discussion they're having about this issue. I think it might be wider spread than just with crowd strike for the daily chart anyway. Though I haven't seen any. All right, BTU right at 20 now. And it looks like there's decent support just underneath 20. Looks like 1974. I'm sorry, 1993 and also 1996. Takes these two levels out right there. That's on the daily chart. I mean, this could have another free fall to 13, but really start to give it up. What's the price of oil right now, guys? Somebody check. What are we talking about now? Wow, really? 108? Thank you, Eagle Guy. 108. Oh, that's significant. Let's crack 100. All right, keep an eye on this one then, LGVN. Look at the daily chart. The next high looking left is 652. So be great if we could get close to that and then stall. Kerthwack. I don't know about that one. I don't know if, I guess that could have been real. I don't mean real as in real. Well, look, I mean, it sort of moved with the market, the BRCC. It was reluctant as the market was moving down, but we've got a green candle here and a green candle here now. So, you know, kind of moving with the market, which I don't love. But all right, guys. So look at I am going to keep. I have this thumbnail. The NTRA is thumbnailed, so could be something interesting starting here. Let's get a 15-minute chart out, or a bigger chart out, or up. NTRA. So see this red bar right there. Imagine if this candle, which is 205 right now, so it's got about 9.5 minutes to close. Okay, imagine if this candle gets up to this level here, 35. I don't think it has to actually take out the top. I mean, this is not a red bar ignored or anything like that, but you know, if it got to the top of those two bodies right there, around 35.47, I could get it going. So I'm just going to stick an alert there and see if that can happen. See, that's the beauty of the price alerts. You set it and then you forget it. So I don't have to keep watching, is what I'm saying. No, not shortable for me, so I know, Zach, you're probably going to be all over this one. ASTS, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But, I mean, I don't know if I'd want to short this right now anyway. This is a nice move out of, it's about 50 cents, so that's a nice move out of a bit of consolidation on the 15-minute chart. Through the 200-day, 958. That's, you know, look, that's almost virtually where it was. Okay, that 200-day moving average area. That's just for real. Oh boy, it's ribbage here, guys. So now the next high looking left is what? On the monthly chart, it is 1028, so it's a little bit above that. And then 1315. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 1102, so it's got some room. WSB, okay, thank you, Zach. It's not a low float, 38 million. I mean, it's not super low. You know, we don't even have a short float percent on it, so. No, look at the DRCT. What are you doing? What's DR? Nothing. DRCT. Sometimes this is. Sometimes these racing, these percentages don't make a lot of sense to me when I look at the chart. So. Well, your bouncers and toppers have been certainly active today. You know, interesting, especially the bouncers. You know, considering the market is way up. All right, I know you were talking about hour before. Now this is interesting. I mean, just over 3. The next high looking left is 336. Be great if we could get close to that in order for a short, because when you look at the 5-minute chart, you know, conceivably, if it really wants to collapse, you know, you've got a lot of support down here at 250, which is far enough away. It makes the trade interesting, especially if it keeps moving higher. I mean, no, it could turn into a great long too. I mean, this is 336 there and 337 there. What the heck is, what do they do? I don't see any specific reason. However, here's your reason. 1.7 million in the float, and for some reason, some traders are piling into this. I did not see this in the pre-market. There was no pre-market action. That's why. And look at the volume. Well, basically, more than half the volume is right here of the day. It wouldn't show up virtually in any one of my scans because the relative volume is too light. It's only 1. Basically, it's trading normally in terms of our relative volume filter. So I would not see that on, well, any scan. You know what? The shorts have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers now. They've been snapped up. And I'm talking about hour. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So NTRA is alive again. How alive? Let's watch it. All right, now stick an alert around 35.69. See if it keeps trying to move higher and gets closer to that area Zach thought maybe would be a good buy area. 36. All right, guys. Well, get your engine started on this one, maybe on the NTRA. Maybe. Oh, good for you, Tracy. I'm glad that helped. I'm not seeing this, William. I'm not seeing. I saw your comment about political statements. I guess I must have missed it all. But you're absolutely right. No political talk in this room, okay? I don't care what side of the fence you're on. No political talk in this room. Okay, well. Sugar. I should have been following this a lot more closely. But that's right. It's not shortable anymore, the hour. Okay, guys, the solars are losing a little bit of their luster, right? Again. Look at the CSIQ. You have to be taking profit, okay? You cannot just think, wow, this is just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. This is again, the trade of the week. All right, Hudson, what are you doing? HDSN is romping here also. HDSN, I think I may have seen this in the pre-market. Had a nice. Okay, this is an earnings play. So released earnings after hours yesterday, held in the pre-market, and now starting to move a bit. And what do we see when we look left? We see 638. Is that right? Yeah, we see 638. It's the next high looking left. We got a lot of room to 6 for this Hudson HDSN. When I make comments like that, I'm not saying it's going to get there for sure. All we're trying to do is take chart resistance out of the equation. Let's check out my Canadian dollar is doing. I was surprised it hadn't gone higher. Yes, little drop. Yes, good, good, good. No, I'm not being unpatriotic. It's I get paid in U.S. dollars, so. Well, it's always a challenge, when you're Canadian trading in U.S. securities. It's a you got to play that conversion game. Meanwhile, I am hearing this one over and over and over and over again. ASTS, over and over again. All right, guys, let's see. The DRCT, what are you doing? Not much. No shorts, okay. MYGN I saw earlier. Myriad Genetics, MYGN. This could be ripe for a fall now. 27.32, I mean, it's already fallen 60 cents, but this doesn't look like there's a lot of support until maybe 26.28. That's 50 cents away on that 15-minute chart. What is the spread like for this one, MYGN? Yeah, 10 cents, 69.79. Don't like it on that spread. Ooh, this would have been a nice short. There are, no. Well, it says unknown. Just looking at to see, actually 16,000 shares available. Wish I'd seen this one HTOO a little earlier on this descent. But this doesn't look good for it. But another one, bad spread, 840. This is what I'm talking about, guys, in case you're wondering, what is he talking about? 840, 857. So if I want to short this right now, unless I can somehow stick a bid in between and I get a fill, which may be unlikely, I have to take the short at 840. What would show in my account right away is a loss because, the ask is at 857. So, I mean, this prevents me from taking this trade. Listen, it could drop $1, and in which case the 17-cent spread wouldn't matter, but I don't know it's going to drop $1, okay? So that's what I'm talking about. When I talk about the spread, this is what I'm talking about. And this is just from Interactor Brokers, okay? Guys, this is really setting up. I mean, it hasn't given it up a lot. This is the the NTRA. Look at it on a 15-minute chart. Look at it on a 5-minute chart. Look at it on a 2-minute chart. I mean, it is trying to hold this area. If you get some volume coming in and popping it through that 35, 60, 70 level, that could really get it charging again. And remember, it's got some room until it really hits a lot of resistance at around to 39. So just set a price alert here and up in that area, the 35.60 area, and just forget about it and move on. You have to get a little more aggressive taking your bounce plays, even if I don't think the market's on our side. Another one that is a gap up and go. I mean, this really has performed well. I mean, it gapped up and it's basically gone. Okay, it has not had any severe dips. This is the CPNG. Had earnings on the 2nd. Don't think the reaction was stellar. Of course, the whole market was. Feel sorry for companies releasing earnings over the last couple of weeks. Even if they were good. Another earnings play, a little one, SND. You would think that there is good support around 3 for this one, SND. You would think, just looking at the daily chart. Oh boy, what a nice when they were available anyway. HTOO. All right, guys, it is getting close to 3 o'clock. That's when I'll usually put myself on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. At 3:30 to 4:30, Chris will take over in our YouTube room. So one last talk about our program, okay? And if you want to take out subscriptions and all that, have access to my scans, get access to the free trade of the week. It's going to be exciting to see what next week's is going to be. All right, so if you click on my link right here, you'll be brought to this page. This is now the correct promo code. So Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So again, we have 4 plans, the premium, standard, annual, monthly. Take 15% off these prices, but you don't have to take on an annual. Want to go or standard monthly, that's fine. 118, 228, less the 15%. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll pay this going forward, okay? That discount's only good for the first month. The big difference is the AI. Kind of an active day today, really. So 3 free sections, the trade of the week. Right here, click here. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. And the education, all the education is free. Then we have a user guide, the introductory lessons, the daily support sessions. As I said before, Chris is in our room, YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. 1 week it's Tuesday, Thursday, so there is not one today. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. And then back to basics. Michael Noss at Trader Ideas put this together. If you're new to trading or looking for even a refresher of some sort, okay, it starts off with what is a stock? So those are all free sections, and then of course if you want my scans, here they are. So you can take a look at these scans. Of course you can always make changes that maybe reflect more your style of trading, maybe a different price range, maybe a volume. It's up to you, but you can take a look at these. These are like templates. These are what I use though. I don't know, this is exactly what I use. I don't use them all. Understand, there are a lot of, first of all, it could never, ever, you should never have, in my opinion, probably more than 3 or 4 alert windows, maybe a couple of top lists, and that's about it. Otherwise, you'll get overwhelmed. So, with all the information that is here, education and my scans, save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Where do I see the potential trades of the week being called or taken? Well, you have to sign up for it, Bill. You have to sign up for the email. You'll get it sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And it's laid out. It has, these usually say, it'll say something like, a brief explanation about why it's the trade of the week. And then it'll also talk about, okay, here's the trigger. If it hits this price, you might want to take it there. And then there's a stop. So that's it. But it's a free service, so you just have to sign up for it. And here's a link on its own, okay? And you get an email. Again, it's laid out in the email. All right, I will set an alert for see what Real is talking about. There's the low of that 15-minute candle, basically, and that might give us a short setup. And if it falls fast, I recall it from yesterday, TVTX. I do recall it from yesterday, yes. And a down day. Oops. Bit of an interesting trader. You've got a big topping tail here, and you've got a big bottoming tail here, almost like almost a doji. It's grinding now, yes. Boy, this NTRA is really, really basing now at 35, guys. Look at this base here on the 15, right at around 35, on the 5s, on the 2s. So, you know, in my opinion, it's not, well, it's not going to stay here. It's going to, one way or the other. All right, well, I got a bit of a fill on the LGVN. Had to be quick. Let's see. I mean, beautiful two topping tails right up here. Let's see how far this can go. So just basically where I shorted it, 671, 668 average. I guess 668 average on the LGVN. So we'll see. Let's see if it has a big downturn in it. Oh man, don't guys, do not lose sight of this NTRA. Look at it. Look what it's doing. Just creeping here. If there's some volume that comes in, like the volume that happened right there, which popped it from 31 to almost 35. That volume right there. I mean, the volume's in dwindling. Yeah, 650 might be a little, let's see if this can crack through here and then cascade downwards. I see. Boy, that was a remember these months back here, Zach? The weeks. Finally, it took out that 15, but had some pretty lofty price targets. Yeah, I think it was this week, these weeks right here, trying to see if it would really break out. Well, that spread is really widened. It was not that bad when I got in, the LGVN. That's really widened though. We need that ask to catch up to the bid. I saw it from your scan, TWKS. 1876 was the alert. It is just a little bit below it. I haven't seen Rubber Toe for a while. Hope he's okay. Or she's okay. He or she, it, them. Okay, we just need that bid. Okay, it caught up. Yes, it caught up. The bid caught up. Well, and then it didn't. Boy, I don't like that. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Okay, 636, 665. At one point, though, this was, 640 something. So you want to get out of the trade right now, you have to, buy it at, if you're short, you got to buy it at 663. You may get lucky, and you may get something in between, but I got a little excited because all of a sudden the spread was not as bad as it was. Pent up energy, NTRA, pent up energy. You're just going to see that it's going to go one way or the other. I mean, there's no way it's going to hold here at 34, 35.50, until the end. No way. Every time I think that spread's tightening, and then it just expands a bit for the LGVN. We're gonna get that down, the bid down to it's like 620 or something. I looked at that MNDT in the pre-market. I didn't see a pop here. This is the takeover by Google, right? Am I right or wrong? Is this the right MNDT? Oh, it was 2 days ago. Oh, sorry. Okay, that makes sense. I was reading it this morning, and okay, that makes sense now. All right, guys, 2:44, so about 15 minutes left for me, my being on the mic. Nah, I don't know about the LGVN now. Spread's tightened, but it's not. But it's it's tightened on the way up a little. So need that bid to. Okay, there we go. Bid has to drop a little bit. Wow, TRA again. I know I'm sort of. I am fixated on it. Why not? I mean, it's one way or the other. Look at this. I mean, that's a big base for such a dynamic stock today. It's pretty remarkable that it's just holding in this pattern. That either side, I guess either side is just nobody's sure. Cano, is that the one that? So that third point takes the stake, but it. Okay, so Cano Health surges after third point urges the company to consider sale. So here's your news. I mean, this is old news, but I mean, this is the news regarding Cano. I didn't realize. So this was a SPAC, another disaster SPAC. But what I want to know is it now owns 6.4%, but that's up from what? Because that one of the headlines I saw is it increased its stake in a very small way. You read this, it looks like it is taken a stake of 6.4. Maybe not though. I think it's just an activist investor, yeah. I'm just kind of scanning through here. Well, we'll see. I know what Real told me to do. He suggested I put the 20-day moving at, or the 20-day position in the 20-day range as a column. Okay. So even though this is my 10-day daily breakout, I can quickly see if it's also a 20-day. Okay. So for instance, on the figs, it wasn't. Now on the breakdown, obviously. This is a 10-day daily breakdown, and obviously it's a 20-day daily breakdown also. So I still am going to just, my scan will be based on the 10-day daily breakdown, 10-day, because I don't get too many. Look, I only had one today in the breakdown, which makes sense with the market up so much. But I can also check to see whether or not when I get the 10-day daily breakdown, is it also a 20? And he Real suggested I do that, and so that's what I do. Because the problem is that you cannot combine them because the filters are ands. So well, I mean, I suppose you could, but to me, there's no reason to. Just put the 20-day as a column, and you'll see immediately if it is also. Now, if you want it as a So, I mean, if you don't want it as I like the graphical indicator. I can see right away. I mean, I can see right away that this is a 20-day also at the top. If there's a little bit of space here on the right over here on the little bit of white, that means it's not. So, for instance, if I get rid of the graphical, you can see that's at 93%. So it's 7% below. So, I mean, you can do it either way. I like the graphical presentation. And again, just add it as a column. So if you want to add a column to an alert window or a top list window, just right click, configure, and then click on the columns. Okay, and now you can search for whatever you want to do. So if it's that position in 20-day range, there it is right there. So you click on it and then show column. Now, if I do that, I mean, it's already there, so that's why this is. But if I clicked on this, if it weren't already here, in other words, well, what else? If I show column and I say okay, I don't want to do that. Guys, I shouldn't have to tell you. Look at NTRA. $35.77, getting closer and closer to that 36. I mean, if it takes that out, this has a run in it, maybe. So I've exited my short on the LGVN. I want to concentrate 100% on this one, on the NTRA, in case it pops out. So I do not want to have to mess around with the LGVN. So it wasn't bad, about 20-cent profit, not terrible. I was hoping for more, but guys, now it's up to you guys what you're doing. I mean, what you're going to do in this, but I'm certainly waiting on a 36 break like Zach and maybe Real. In fact, so I can concentrate on this, give it my full concentration. What I'd like to do is, I know usually I go to 3 on the mic. I think I'll put myself on mute so I can kind of concentrate a little bit more. So on mute, room is open until 3:30. And at 3:30, I'll come back into the room. I'm not really going anywhere, but I'll close the room down. I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to go over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 to listen to Chris, okay? Sorry, YouTubers. All right, Chris, I see you are there, so I will stop streaming. Have a great hour, and thanks for filling in this.
Alrighty, video transfer looks good. Checking the audio here real quick. Alright, audio's good too. Hello everyone, happy Wednesday. We got 3:30 Eastern doing Trade Ideas Live Q&A here. Wow, numbers are up to 41 for me right now. Maybe we're gaining steam on this thing finally. Uh, just always throw out there, I do this as an open forum, so I don't do pre-done content or anything like that. I let you folks drive the content with your questions and comments and all that kind of jazz. Obviously I'm getting the silent treatment, do what I can to keep you all entertained, and that's how we do it here. So TRD, what's up? Excellent, thanks Mike C. Michael, how are you? So yeah, I was here this morning for a little bit, as Barry was alluding to. Filled in for a couple of minutes with Barry, was going over some stuff with the races. So hopefully some of you caught that. Trying to give everybody a way to see the races live and how I'm using them. Of course, the one trade I took on it, I got stopped out right after I stopped streaming. But that was why I jumped that trade a little bit early and sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. I was doing it in the simulator because I rearranged my entire setup and my screens and everything, so I can start to try to record some of these races and some live trading, and then maybe we're going to share out some of those videos. But it's a lot of pressure on me to trade under the gun like that. I don't know how Barry does it, but anyways, we'll see what happens. But this was, what I did here today. These positions up here in the simulator are just random positions I've taken for showing things off. But this EOSE is what I traded, and I took it. I don't know where I took it. I took it at like four. I don't know. Oh, it says here. I took it at 420, and I got stopped out down here just under what was the low of the day to that point. So probably should have waited for this 15-minute candle to close, but it was the simulator and we're messing around. Something I'd point out though is this. Let me pull up a pre-market. Now I don't really look at pre-market in general, but look at where we got rejected here, just above the pre-market, and couldn't take that out. So I took that trade right here, 420, and it went up. I was in the money for like a whole 2 minutes, and then immediately just reversed right down and stopped me out like that. So, anyways, it is what it is. Trying to do something a little different here with showing the races. So, but like I said, I completely rearranged my screens to do this. I moved where I keep Brokerage Plus. I moved where I watch the time and sales because I like to watch time and sales when I'm taking a day trade. I moved all my thumbnail scans and charts and things like that. So hopefully it just takes me a day or two to get used to finding where the windows are now and get some stuff out like that to you folks. Nothing. I don't think anything that I did is too different than what Barry does, to be honest. Maybe I was commenting a little more on the charts that were coming through, a little more active, but learn from the best, and that's what Barry is the best. Just that simple. So awesome, beautiful, beautiful. And then let's see, so it's 42 in here. All right, so I shared some thoughts about the races. No, we don't have time and sales. I watch IB's time and sales. I just have a time and sales window here that I keep separate. Usually it actually lives right here on my regular layout, and these scans and charts that you see are on a different monitor over to my left normally. So now I've put them in the center here, and I've moved time and sales over to a monitor to my right along with my Brokerage Plus window, because normally my Brokerage Plus window lives right underneath here because I trade through Brokerage Plus. So everything is moved, like everything is moved around on me. Normally this set of windows that I have right here, these usually live here actually, instead of over on my monitor to the left. This here, I like to watch the sectors. This lives here normally, so I really rearrange things. So it take me a couple of days. Probably just practice some simulated trading for a couple of days. to get used to that again, and we'll see how it goes. And shouldn't be that big of an issue. Like I said, it's just kind of getting used to where things have moved to relocate. The reason I had to relocate so much stuff is because I run different software and help desk things working in support, so I have to be able to keep an eye on all those things too. So, anyways, long story long, that's what we did. So sorry, just finding. Can I send you this screen? I mean, I can, but here's the issue that you're going to have with what I send you. This one scan here isn't going to work for you because you're going to need to put custom filters in for this one here. So I'll go ahead and send it, um, but you're not going to be able to do anything with this race and the top list that's attached to that race unless you're familiar with customs. But this race you'll be able to use here. But I'll go ahead and I'll share that out. When was the last time I saved my layout? Because I might have it already saved. Let me look real quick. Sorry, just going through my cloud and looking to see if I can find this layout. I guess I don't have it. All right, yeah. Let me save it to the cloud and then I'll send it over to you. So just make sure you save and share to the cloud because I empty my cloud out once in a while, and you're gonna want to do that. You're gonna want to save that to the cloud so that you have it in case I empty my layout or empty my cloud of that. Not in case, I will eventually. But there you go. That'll do it. So what did you say is moving? DNN DIN. Take a look at that. A cheapie. Mining uranium. Ah, look at that. Big move. Yeah, on a percentage basis, that's a huge move. Volume's really pouring in right now too. Look at that volume. 1 minute volume. Actually, no, we're moving back down the volume. Sorry, I was looking at something different. I saw this really quick, and I thought that was the volume, the 1 minute volume. That's the 1 minute volume. But all the same, that's a lot of volume that just came in here, and still, climbing on volume. What do we got? We're 10 minutes in this volume candle. It's about halfway where it was on that one. So definitely declining volume compared to this prior candle, but all the same. NTRA. Let's take a look. NTRA, what did you do today? Wow, what a reversal. Yeah, look at that. And it's, been on my races all day long. 13 wins here on this one. So that's interesting. Poured down, bounced. And we'll see what happens now. I'm guessing. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say they got to be like a bio stock or something to have done that. So, but I'd call that a day trade. That's not something I'd be trying to hold. That's for sure. So, oh, sorry, I missed something here. So I sent that. Do you take positions early, Christian? Your strategy looks slightly different than varies all. You guys different. I like to try to wait for the first 15-minute candle to close. If I see something that like I really have a feeling about it, I will jump in early, and I'll probably start with a smaller share size, like a quote unquote starter position. And if it does what I think it's going to do, I'll try to quickly add to that position to make it, a worthwhile position for holding. But generally speaking, I do like to try to let the 15-minute candle close, the first 15-minute candle close, so that I can see. So I have a decent opening range, especially if it's a day trade. I'd like to have that opening range of 15 minutes to kind of determine where I might like a stop or not. Oh, is Hindenburg short? All right. Well, that explains. They love their hit pieces. I mean, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. But yeah, so generally, early for me would be 15 minutes in. Really early for me would be like 10 minutes in. This morning I think I took that at like 9:37 or something like that, and that simulated trade just playing around. Um, Odds, I guess had I waited for that 15-minute candle to close, I probably would not have taken that trade, to be honest with you. Just looking back at it now again. Because, yeah, look, this is the 15-minute candle. It opened here, it closed here. If I had let that, close and saw this start to happen right away, I'd have never taken that trade, to be honest. And I tracked it the rest of the day because I felt like, all right, maybe it's going to make a comeback. And, you know, anyways, I thought right here we might have a break back again. A lot of times something will, gap, kind of fade and then bounce again, but that was not not the case. I'm sorry. So, anyways, that's why I like to wait for that 15-minute candle to close completely. And on top of that, when I was looking, that 15-minute candle had an opening range of here at that time, and then it wished down here, knocked me out, and then came back up, and after it stopped me out and ended up closing here. So all very bearish on that first 15-minute candle. And that's why it's not a bad idea to wait, especially because generally speaking, I'm not in and out of positions in like 20 and 30 seconds. Usually, if it's a day trade for me, it could be 3 minutes to half a day or something like that. But I'm generally not looking for something to get in and out of it like right away. Even let's see, I traded, where is it? ASTS today. ASTS, is that it? Yeah, ASTS. I made a trade in this today in my live account after I got off the stream with you folks, so you can't see it here. But I took this here on this candle, and then I sold some here, and when it started doing this, I sold the rest down here, and I got out of it, and then it reversed and looked like it was good, and then it came back, and I was like, oh, I should have held it, and then it reversed, and I said, yeah, I did the right thing, and then it went back, and I did this. And so that's just a lot of the talking that I do to myself during the day. I'm like, no, I should have held some, but how could you possibly know that that was going to happen? I had made a few dollars, I decided I liked that trade, and here's the other thing that I was looking at. We started to struggle around this area here. No, not that area. I'm lying. What was ASTS I took, right? Has to be. This is where it started struggling. Yeah, so I saw it start to struggle in this area here, and I was lining that up with there on the daily chart. And so I said, I'm not going to mess around. It couldn't get through there that first time, so I sold some, in this area here. And then, when we started to do that, I said, all right, well, I don't know if it's going to be able to get through there, and I don't want to play around with it. I made my money, and I'm going to walk away happy with it. So, that's what you do. That's what I do for, day trading. Or, that's my mind anyways, what I was looking at. So hopefully that, kind of makes sense and things like that. And I don't know if Peter's in here. We were talking before, him and I, he came into our support chat, and he was asking, about like trying to formulate a trading plan. And I said most of what I did for a trading plan was first some trial and error. What kind of moving averages that I liked, watching pivot lines and just kind of drawing them on charts and trying to figure out those items. And then why? Because sell the news, Michael. To always sell the news. Buy the rumor, sell the news. The rumor was all the stuff was going to get banned. We're going to kick Russian oil out. We're not going to do any of these things. We're not drilling more. We're not doing all these things like that. And that was the rumor. And as soon as the news came through yesterday, what happened to USO? Watch USO. 10 minutes after that news came out that Biden said we're not doing Russian oil anymore, look what happened. Hold on, let me pull this. Let me go back. That's the candle where they said we're done with Russian oil. Or maybe no, this was the candle I think they said we were done with Russian oil. And then that happened, all right? And it made a bounce, but that was not a very convincing bounce as it continued to fade and seemed weak. And there. So a tale as old as time. Sell the news. Buy the rumors. Sell the news. It'll never fail. Never, never, never. That's not true. There's no foolproof plan. But my point being is that everybody was waiting. Everybody was waiting for that news. And as soon as that news came, everybody sold. That was already speculating on it. So if you're asking me why, that's why. Also, you can't make a move. Look at this parabolic move in oil. Look at that. And then, yes, Peter, we're going to jump on that. I didn't know if you were here or not. Look at this move. We got this beautiful steady climb, all right? And we had that gap, and we kind of came back and filled that gap. And then we gapped and gapped and gapped and hung for a day and gapped, all right? And just moved up. And then another big gap, and that's what you call capitulation. Done like that. You can't sustain moves like that. So that's that. So yeah, to touch on what I was saying about, so I started, I Googled some different stuff to understand what an EMA is, an SMA is, what MACD is, all these things like that. And I watched YouTube videos, and some videos are good, some videos are bad, trying to get an explanation of what they are, how they're calculated, and how they're actually used, all right? Just to get a feel for these things. And I put them on charts, and I tried different stuff and saw what it looked like to me. And for a long time I ran a whole bunch of SMAs on the daily chart. I had a 200 SMA, a 100 SMA, a 50 SMA, a 20 SMA, a 10 SMA, a 5 SMA, and my chart looked like a complete mess. And eventually I decided I didn't need all of those items. I just found I didn't need them. So I've settled on these ones here for now. I continue to think about pulling these off. If someone was, if any of you that have been here since I started doing this live stream in September, I actually used to have a 50 SMA on my charts. And I took that off even. So we'll see what happens in the future, whether I pull it off or I don't pull it off. Interesting quadruple U. I was trading that a couple of weeks ago, or a week or two ago. And traded on this move up here. I'm really making a move now. So that's my my tip to that. And then journal these things. These moving averages and indicators and stuff, they can go kind of hand in hand with journaling and what you saw, what you did, and while you're journaling, write down the trade you took, why you took it, why you took the share size you took, why you set the stop that you set, why you had your tentative target. And remember, I think people make a mistake in saying, oh, this is my target. Let's say I say that's my target, and they're going to hold for there. And then, the stock gets almost there, but it never gets there, and then they don't sell it, and then it reverses on them. Well, that's why targets are tentative, stops are an absolute. That's kind of my thoughts behind it. I get a move, and I start to get close to that target, and I feel like we're running out of steam. You better believe I'm taking some stuff out, and if we start to reverse, probably killing that trade, depending on what the charts look like. Some of this is going to come with time and feel for the charts and things like that. But my point being is you got to journal all these things. I will tell you this now. When you go to journal and you don't have a reason for the share size you took, and you don't have a stop or a reason for the stop that you took, you should have never taken that trade. That trade should have never been taken. So, rule number one is the first rule when taking a trade is what's your stop and why is it your stop? Can't answer that, can't take the trade. That's the rule. That should be your rule. That should be every trader's rule. Your second rule is what share size am I taking and why am I taking that share size? These are the questions to answer and should be talked about while you're journaling. After you journal for a few weeks, you're going to see all the things that kept working over and over again, and all the stuff that did not work over and over again. And you're going to have your list of things to not do that helps you make that trading plan. So that's where a trading plan kind of comes into. And then I'm going to go over charts, some indicators in a second here. CLS, let's jump on that for you real fast. CLS. What do we got? Solutions globally, aerospace, no idea. Obviously, I had some interest in it back here for some reason. It's a very nice long-term trend, or decent long-term trend. Look at that nice trend that you've got going on right there, going back from last October. Held this trend line, bounced. I think if you can get up above that 20 SMA, I think you're cooking again in that direction. It's a nice looking chart overall, all things considered. That trend even goes further back than what I was just showing in October. Look at that. Let's draw a trend line real quick. It's a pretty nice trend. So that's what I think of it. Trend's your friend. I think you want to kind of use this this trend line. You wouldn't want it to close below there, I would say. That's kind of my thought, more than less. I think you do want to see it not fight with this 20 SMA below it. You want to see it capture that 20 SMA to have it kind of catapult it back up in price action. And what's its lifetime high? You're not that far off. Its lifetime high is right there. Nope, I'm lying. Thought that was going to be it, but 1474 is the lifetime high, so all the same, you're not exactly far off that lifetime high. Float, not a huge float, so definitely move. So it's a nice looking chart overall, I'd say. Now, indicators. For anybody that's not familiar, right clicking a chart, doesn't matter what chart what you do, what the time frame is, you pull your indicators up. If volume's an indicator you're trying to use, the periods will be set for volume based on the time frame of the chart. Everything else you get to set the periods with. So Bollinger Bands, is standard. You've got the 20 period SMA and 2 standard deviations above and below. And if these are things that you don't know or don't understand, this is what I mean by going and Googling and hitting some YouTube things. Because, for those that don't know, Bollinger Band is a 20 SMA. Is what it's based off of, and it's 2 standard deviations above and below the 20 SMA is what the bands actually are. And you want to look up how to use these items. So there's some misconception with something like a Bollinger Band. So and then Ahmed, I see your question. Give me 1 second. I just want to do this because Peter and a few other people over the day were asking about some of these things. So we can add a Bollinger Band real quick to this and to this chart. And what I want to show is this: John Bollinger, who came up with Bollinger Bands, came up with them and said that a break of the upper band is a buy signal. A break of the lower band is a sell signal. It's not meant to be used as a revision trade. That doesn't mean you can't use it like that. He gets very upset when people use it like that, but he doesn't control. He invented it, but he doesn't get to control it. So keep these things in mind. He created this and he tested it somewhat. Bulwicki tested it even more. Really put it through the ringer along with some other types of bands that exist, and found that overall Bollinger Bands are pretty successful. Donchin channels, another great one. Kelter channels, another great one. And we have both of those here. So go ahead and Google those, or YouTube them, or DuckDuckGo them, or whatever your search engine is, and do that. But just to show you, let's zoom in on this chart real quick a little bit, and close that real fast. And just to give you an idea of what John Bollinger's talking about here. All right, we had this break of this upper band. We came back, and then we really moved up that upper band after that break on it. All right, we came down. All right, we broke this lower band, and it was we were lower for a while there. All right, and then we came back, we broke the upper band, and we made another move again. All right, and we came back. All right, we broke that lower band. We did not make that move. And we came back and we broke the upper band and we made another move again. So that's how John Bollinger recommends using them, the guy that invented them. So these are ways that we use these different items, all right? And we use them to find trend, and then we use other things to help confirm trend. So something like ADX, we can put ADX on here too, all right? And you guys are lucky because I'm taking the CMT course, so I'm giving you some CMT stuff right here. ADX, this is ADX, average directional index. Now what average directional index does is it's going to show us the strength of the trend, not the direction of the trend. So, watch. We see, as we see the trend moving up, watch, the trend is moving up here, and we see the trend moving up here, all right? The trend was lost here, all right, and we move down and we get flat because there's no trend, there's no direction here, and that's why we get flat, okay? And then you see as we made this move down here and we started to find direction in the trend, look, that started to move up again, all right? The trend changed right here, all right? And that's why we peaked out and moved back down again. So this shows you the direction of the trend, not the direction. This shows you the strength of a trend, not the direction of a trend, all right? So, you could use something like Bollinger Bands and ADX together to say, all right, well, look, we got a break of this upper band here, all right, and we're moving, and this is going to confirm through there that that trend moved up with it, all right, and then the trend died, and so did ADX, not because it moved down, because look, it goes sideways all that time, and look how ADX falls off before this even really starts to fall off, all right, and then see how this gets choppy here. That's why this falls off even more, because now it makes a move down, and then it makes a move back up, indicating there's just no trend to follow right now. And so that's how ADX works, all right? So these are different things to try out and check out, and like I said, give a search engine a shot, a YouTube or whatever. Like I said, whatever you like to search on. So that's what that is. So hopefully that's helping you there, Peter, and anybody else that's watching. Um, you know, these kind of faster moving average, so this is an 8 EMA here, this is a 20 SMA here, for day traders, so I'm showing stuff on a daily chart there. For day traders, you look at something like this. When you see space start to happen in these, and especially if you see space start to happen in those, and you see an increase in volume while it's happening, you have an increasing trend moving in that direction. And it can happen on the reverse too, if it curls over and you start to see a space go between those moving averages. So, again, these are all things to look at essentially, and how they can or can't affect what you're doing, what you're seeing in those trends. And so you go through these different items here in the indicators, right? Do we have every indicator everybody wants? No, but we've got a lot of them. Rate of change. Again, you got some of these you got to look up. MACD is moving average, convergence, divergence, kind of similar to ADX, only it's going to show the direction of the trend essentially, versus ADX showing the strength of the trend. And so you might like MACD with an ADX indicator put together. All right. And so, like I said, so these are different things to test and try, and there's no magic potion. What you do is you find what works for you eventually, and it's not an overnight process, but maybe a couple of weeks, a couple of month process to find those things. So hopefully that makes sense and helps some people out there. Now, Ahmed, I want to know simply, how could you benefit from the racing chart in picking up the last Momo trade of the day? So I would say you want to have, something that you think is a top list that's going to show you Momo towards the end of the day, and then race it based on what you want. So this is what I tell people with the races. The top list, you take the top list to tell the top list, all right, I believe these stocks are what I want to see, all right? And then you tell the race, I want you to show me how these stocks are actually moving. All right, so you create a top list, you're looking at something towards the end of the day, and you want to see there's momentum the next day. You probably want to see stuff that's closing near the high of the day with extra volume. Maybe you want to see some kind of RSI indicator, or you want to see it poking out of a shorter term Bollinger Band, for example. Some things like that. These are just examples of what you might want to do. And then, you take it and you put it into a race and what you want to race on. So what you scan on doesn't have to be what you race on. So again, to take this scanner here, if we look at it in the window specific filter, I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $50. They have to be up from yesterday's close, all right? Traded 125,000 shares today. They have to be doing 3 times normal volume over the last 10 days. They also have to be doing 3 times our normal 5-minute volume from the last 10 days, and they can't be more than 0.15 below the VWAP. So this is saying, bring me stocks that meet this. Then the ones that have the most change from close, because that's what I'm sorting on. I guess that'll kind of matter here. A sort is change from close, meaning the biggest change from close is on the top, all right? And so that's going to put those up here. Then I take the race, all right? And you see my columns here. I have a change 2-minute column. So now I take the race, and in the race setup, I'm going to show you here, all right? Look, change from 2-minute percent. That's what I'm racing on with a delta value, saying that I want you to show me what's moving over the last 2 minutes on a percent basis now. Not what has moved in the past, but what is actually moving now. I don't care if it's up or down. I just want to see it moving over the last 2 minutes. And replace the cars in auto run and so on and so forth. And that's how the race works. Now, if you remember, as I just showed you the configure to that scan, there is nothing in that configure that has to do with 2-minute percent change. All right, I just put it as a column so I can race on that column. And you can race on any column that you want to pick. You know, any filter that exists, you can add as a column and then race on that column essentially. So that's how I do it. You know, what I would say to you is this: at some point, this whole broadcast, it's going to be like 7, 8, 9 hours long, whatever it is. It's gonna be put on YouTube, on our YouTube channel tonight or tomorrow when the video processing is done. Go through from about, let's say, 9:15 this morning Eastern time till Barry took over the room from me back around 9:40, 9:45 this morning, and I go over some stuff with some live racing where it was a simulated trade that I got stopped out of. But it gives you an idea in those couple of minutes. I think it'll give you a really, really great idea of how I'm using the races during the day. So I think you get a lot of benefit from that. If you keep an eye for when today's broadcast gets put up, and then look for that time period from 9:15 a.m. Eastern time to about 9:45 a.m. Eastern time. $90 price target from Goldman on NTRA. NTRA. Did we look at that? We looked at that, right? It was something that was in the races. Yeah, that they have a $90 price target on it, and Hindenburg put a hit piece out on them. Interesting. So, all right, I think I'm all caught up here. So again, fire those away from me if you guys got questions or anything like that. So, all right, that's a wrap on the market. We just closed a couple minutes ago. I didn't even realize it was after 4 o'clock already. I share? Yeah, both of them run on some different volume things there, Debbie. Um, you want the 1 minute change one that has the customs in? Is that what you wanted, Debbie? So yeah, I'll share this one out again. Let me find. I'll share the basic of it, and then you have to go in and change the. My mouse is acting all screwy on me here. Then you'll just have to go in and change the whatchamacallit on it, the customs, because my customs won't transfer over. Like I said, they both run on volume. I think both have relative volume. One uses 1 minute volume and 1 minute change. The other uses 5 minute volume and 2 minute change. Let me find those here. So that's this one that has the customs in it. And what you want is, let me find it again. All right, here we go. So what you want in this one is you want to add a 1 minute volume filter, all right, for top list through your custom editor, and put a 400 value there. And then you need to add the 1 minute change percent and show that as a column. So that's what to do for that one. Windows specific filter. Oh, the one with VWAP? Yeah, that's this one over here. Actually, that one you don't need any customs for. Let me find that in the cloud. This one here. This one you don't need any customs for. This is straightforward. So there's that one. You gave us first two steps. How about some more, please? Which first two steps there, Peter? Are you talking about more charting stuff? Yeah, I mean, we could look at some other indicators here. Hold on, I gotta close my cloud. um, all right, so yeah, I dropped both those for you. All right, yeah, so I think the one that you want is this one over here. No customs for you, Debbie. That's a straightforward, easy one to load. Um, but indicators. Like I said, we can look at so Don Chain, for example. All right, this is actually supposed to be a 4 week look. So let me get rid of Bollinger Bands off of this. Let me get rid of ADX. Remove, remove, save, close. Ooh, I don't know why I did that. I guess because I created that extra chart space. All right, so Don Chain, for example, or what's it called? Yeah. So we can add this, and the period is 20 on it because it's supposed to be a 4 week look back. Yeah, 4 week look back, all right? And the same kind of idea, a break of the band to one side or the other is supposed to be a buy signal. It's supposed to indicate trend. So, that's what you're looking for, and this is just another type of band, essentially. Not a great chart to show it in, to be honest. I mean, I guess we can call it there, broke there and it ended up making that move, but, that's a little excessive. Um, but, so these are different bands that we have, so let's see if we can find something else. Do it on a SPY, see what it looks like on the SPY. So we can see here, as it pokes on the SPY, pokes up, we get the trend moving up. Revision to the mean, back, pokes up, moves up, all right? And we lose it. And come back, we poke up through it here, and we make another move up, all right? So that's, these are how different bands are used, like that, essentially. None of them are perfect. And other people, they think that it's crazy to use the bands like that. They think that bands, whether it's these bands or something else, or these oscillators or Bollinger Bands, they think that they should be revision to the mean. And I'm not gonna. If someone's using it like that, I won't argue with them. You know what I mean? You do what works for you. For those that don't use RSI, your relative strength index, again, it's something to help, it shows the direction of a trend, all right, to help confirm a trend. And, we can use it as, you know, um, we can use divergences in them and things like that as well. But, we look at this and we can see that, the relative strength in the SPY continues to dip here, past on this as we continue to get just ground down and ground down, these types of things like that. So with a relative strength index, I believe over 70 is overbought, under 30 is oversold, or is it 75 and 35? I don't remember now. So, RSI with, ADX, again, bring that ADX, that I had down here before, same concept. The RSI can show you the direction of the trend, and the ADX could show you the strength of that trend, all right? Because all we're trying to do is capture trend, whether it's a 1 minute trend or it's a 1 month trend or a 1 year trend. That's what the point of the chart is. And these different items on the charts are all tools for how we can capture trend and confirm trend. What else is in the arsenal here? What else? Get rid of that. And I'm not familiar with every indicator either, so there'll be ones that I just don't know them. I'll go to here to remove it. What else is there? We got the Kelter. So same kind of thing with the Kelters here, all right? It just looks so weird seeing all these moving averages. What else is on here? Am I missing something? So you've got these Kelter channels here, same thing. Do you want to play it to the revision, or do you want to play it as a break of it and a move off the break? Remove. ATR, another one. We have the standard 14 ATR, all right? Again, confirming trend. So that's kind of, I think, my short and skinny of it. I mean, SMAs and EMAs again. The difference with SMAs is, SMAs have what's called the drop-off effect, essentially. So an SMA is just going to look at the period. That's the end of it. So if you got a 10 SMA, it's looking at the last 10 periods of that time frame. An EMA is different because what an EMA does is it takes, so if you have a 10 EMA, what it does is it takes what the EMA was on the 11th day actually, and then it uses that in the calculation of the 10 EMA after that. So the EMA is always has the past calculation in it with the up-to-date calculation. It's kind of a complicated formula. How it works, but the point behind it is that the EMA is much more reactive, and does not have the drop-off effect that the SMA essentially does have. So, and again, these are things, kind of look these things up. It gets to be some complicated math involved in some of this stuff. EMA formula is actually something I have to be able to do. I have no idea what Ichimoku is. I haven't come across it yet in my CMT, so I know it's going to be something in the advanced indicators eventually that comes up. So when I come across a TRD, keep asking me every once in a while if I've come across it yes in the CMT reading, and I'll hit you with it then. Other than that, I'm not sure what it is, to be honest. MFA, making fine art. That's odd. Why is that there? Properties. I don't want pre-market. Well, hold on. Got to get rid of some of this. Get rid of that ATR. I mean, you can change the periods on these also. I'll just say that, we put things in as what the standard period is, what the the industry standard is, and then obviously it's up to you what you want to do from there. So ATR is generally calculated at 14, things like that. MFA lower. Didn't we look at this the other day? Maybe not. Yeah, we looked at this the other day. You'd like it for a dividend play? You're looking at kind of the rainbow of death right now. You got, look at this compared to a SPY chart for a 15-minute. So look at yesterday. Watch this. All right, so one, reverse of the SPY there, but then it moved like the SPY through here, and moved like the SPY through there, and then it fell like the SPY through there, and then it moved like the SPY through there, and it moved down just like the SPY through there, right? And then today it gapped up, and it just ground all day long, the SPY, and this gapped up and kind of ground all day long, just like the SPY. So you're market bound with that, and to further evidence that, with almost 2.5 mil shares traded today, it was doing, 2/3 of what it's normally doing over a 10-day average. So you've got declining volume and a choppy market, and so that's what you're probably going to get with this guy here. Unless, something crazy happens, they release some stuff, but on a technical basis, you're market bound with this as far as it's concerned. So, we can't control news and things like that. Big float. Got to defend this area. If it doesn't defend that area, the market rolls, this will roll. There's no question about that. I don't think there's anything to hold it up if the market rolls. Parabolic SAR. That's got to be one of the ones I did, right? Yeah, I have so many damn indicators I looked at. This is unbelievable. That sounds familiar to me. Parabolic SAR. Sorry, I'm pulling open the textbook real fast. Right now I'm studying point and figure charts, which are actually really interesting. Really, really interesting. But I mean, just to give you an idea of things that I have to know. So there's all these oscillators, and I need to know on balance volume. I need to know Williams variable accumulation distribution, the shaken accumulation distribution, the Williams accumulation distribution, which is not to be confused with the Williams accumulation variable distribution. I need to know the shaken money flow, the twigs money flow, the shaken oscillator, money flow index oscillator. Let's see, volume spikes, shock spiral. See if I can find what you were just talking about there. The Herrick payoff index oscillator. That's a good one to know. I don't see the SAR one. Sorry, I'm just trying to look up what you were talking about, Debbie, just so I could reference it so I know it's what you're referencing. And ADX and MACD were only recently added. MACD very recently, maybe 2 or 3 days ago it was added, or 4 days ago, 5 days ago. ADX was like in the last 2 months or so it was added. So, we continue to plug away and add things. Can't seem to find that one in here. But there's so many darn indicators. It's insane. I'm learning about these things called equivolume charts. Or equivolume charts. I feel like I saw that SAR though, SAR. I can't seem to find it right now. Thought I'd just take a quick look at it. So, but yeah, there's just so many of them. And so Ren, to get the 1 minute percent change for races, you have to add it as a custom formula. Are you familiar with customs, Ren? All right. I will do this quickly with you. I don't know how to do it through the menu bar here. I haven't done it, but this is the way. I'll show you how I do the customs. All right. It's really, once you understand it, it's pretty simple. So let me duplicate this, and anybody can follow along with this. So I'll give everybody a chance. This is how we'll wrap up the day. We'll wrap up this, and then I see a chart or two that Eagle Trader just posted to look at. So everybody head here to our homepage, trade-ideas.com. Here, I'll drop it in here, all right? And give everybody 30 seconds to load that page and get here, all right? So once we're here, all right, what we do is we go to the login here to this is, your account management page. There's all kinds of cool things that are in here. If you've got to retrieve your password or change password, your personal information, billing stuff, subscription stuff is all in here, and then come to accounts. You can edit symbol lists and all kinds of things. We're going to focus this right now, looking for custom formulas. So I'm going to give everybody another 15 seconds to get there. All right. And that's where we're headed. There's going to be some simple copying and pasting. All right, so we're here. We're going to go custom formulas, all right? And you're going to come to the formula editor page here, all right? And you're going to scroll down, and you've got this filters and codes and this help PDF, all right? I'm just going to give you a quick shot at the help PDF. So we'll open that in a new tab. All right, and in here are some instructions about how the formula editor works. Go through at your leisure. Take a look at these different things in here. There's some of the pre-existing codes. Now, these are all going to be pre-existing codes that exist within our system. It's not a code compiler, so you can't just make stuff up. You have to work with what exists in the system if you ever get into this, all right? So that's one spot. Where we want to go is this one here, filters and codes. This is where most of the filters and codes go. So open in a different link or a different tab. And you can find all these things in here. So here's 1 minute volume percent. Now 1 minute volume percent is only in alert windows, but you can add it to, you can add it as a custom. Sorry. You can add it as a custom to your for your top list. So, if you want the 1 minute volume, all you'd have to do is, highlight that, copy it. All right. So here we go, highlight, copy, and you come back to the formula editor. So we're doing the 1 minute volume real quick, and then I'll show you the 1 minute change percent. All right, and you're going to go to create new. All right, and yours will say a different U whatever up here. It'll be based on what number custom you're doing. So if it's your first custom ever, it's going to say U0. Your second custom will say U1, U2, so on and so forth. It goes all the way up to U99. All right, in here is where we paste the source code. Make sure it doesn't paste wrong like mine just did. You got to get it all the way there. Capitalization, all these things matter. And you're going to give it a name. I have stuff that's in here because I put the customs in before. So 1 minute volume, and you got to give it a unit. This is a percent, all right? Format, we can leave the same. We don't need a decimal place for this. It doesn't need a graphic. You're going to click save, all right? And then it'll be saved. And it's saved right because it looks like this versus if you did it wrong and I hit save, now you're going to see error. All right, see how it says error now? And it's got that, all right? So that's the way that goes. Whoops. I'm going to delete that, U21. Delete. Okay, now if you want the 1 minute change, we come back to the filter codes, all right? So look, it's in here. That's where the filter codes are. That's this tab that's going to be up here. And we look for change 1 minute. There's change 1 minute dollar. Here's change 1 minute percent. That's what we were looking for. So again, we highlight it, copy it, come back to the formula editor, create new. I'm going to paste that in there. All right, it's pasted correctly. I'm going to give it a name. Change 1 minute percent, whatever you want to call it. Again, we're working in percents. We don't need a decimal point. We save it, and there we have it, and it's U21. After you've added a custom to your account, always go to the Accounts tab and reset your connection. Go to Accounts, reset connection, and then it'll be anywhere that you go, all right, afterwards. So that's the short and skinny of doing that. So return the list. I just want to delete that again. I'm trying to keep this clean. I have to go through and delete a bunch of these. And no, I know everybody's going to, I know a lot of people look in here and they think, oh, look at all those customs he's got. Everything in here is me experimenting with something for someone's scan that, someone sends me a scan. My scan isn't working right, and then they have a custom in it, and they're getting fancy with customs, and I have to take their custom, replicate it, and do whatever with it. I don't know what 85% of these customs are. I have no idea what they are. They're just in there for me troubleshooting other people. So that's how that works. That's the short and skinny on custom, on customs. So let me close that all out. And then again, if we go to a top list, why can't I go to a top list? Oh no. Exceptions occurred. Values either too large or too small. Continue. Yes, continue. Don't shut me down. No, stop it. Sorry, I'm getting an error. No. Oh well. Sorry, just shut down my whole thing. Gotta relaunch TI. Oh, and it's all gonna come up jumbled on me. Sorry, when that happens, I gotta send files because I'm on a test beta right now. That'll be the next, release to you folks. Hopefully, at some point in the not so distant future. I gotta communicate to the men in power and see if this layout will load the way I want it to. Hey, lucky me. Kinda worked. Alright, so I'm gonna wrap up these last questions and I have to head out for the day. So Eagle want to look at MQ real quick here. MQ. No, stop it, charts. Don't be stupid. Alright. MQ. So looks like I guess they had earnings that we liked today anyways, so we'll see what happens. So there we go. Earnings after post market. You're gonna have to wait and let it calm down. I mean, getting through that area I think is a big deal, and then you've kind of got these steps to climb afterwards, and it's really up the mountain if it can do these things. But I mean, this thing, you had that big spike, and you're in a down, that's a falling knife afterwards. So there's, you're going to need whatever this was to be a catalyst to keep this going. Otherwise, the trend is that way, and support is around $0 if it can't hold the trend going back that way. So that's kind of the thoughts on MQ there. And, look at these big, huge selling volume candles compared to the smaller buying candles, all right? And one other thing to look at. RSI's made this climb, all right, this whole way, and we did not get almost any price movement whatsoever on that RSI. So keep that in mind. All that work to get no price movement. So that's MQ. SJI. I'm guessing they did some earnings. Okay, yeah, duh. So, you got something that's, very range bound for a long time, I'd say. Look at this range that's in here, going all the way back. All right, so it came into this range, bounced it, went up, came out, bounced out, came back down, bounced out, came back down, and earnings happened and shot it out of the range, right? So now you need whatever that earnings was and whatever they're doing to nice and consolidate and move. The minute that starts to give it up, that's going to want to fill the gap to the downside, and you better believe there's going to be all kinds of people all over that as a short with a move like that. So, the bottom of that candle, you got to hold. You got to, if you were to get a bounce or a test of that and then bounce, I'd say that's really nice, strong, and bullish. It's a chase for now, though, that's for sure. How many days are we up here for? So, it's like it's losing momentum here. We've got this move. Now, is it losing momentum or is it consolidating? Only time will tell on that. So that's, that's what I would say about that. Natural gas. So there you go. So natural gas in all the right spots. So I think you're going to want to, you're going to want to see it consolidate because remember, buy the rumors, sell the news. The news is, we're not increasing these supplies and things like that and whatever else. I don't know how that's going to affect them. So that's DNN. So like I said, I'd try to let it consolidate a little more before going chasing it. That's just my personal thoughts on it. DNN. We looked at that. What did we say on DNN before? Um, Again, you're an energy play with uranium, so this thing has a massive float. All right, so first off, you have a massive float. So unless you get some big institutions into that, there's nothing is going to move that whatsoever. It's got some increasing volume, so that is encouraging. Increasing volume, we're moving up. RSI looks really good off of here, and on a percent basis, I think that RSI move and this price move look good and nice together. But look, struggled here. That's not an accident that you didn't get through here. You didn't close at the highs. All right, you closed off the highs, and even when you get through here, $2 is going to be tough. Because keep this in mind, stocks under $5, every 25 cents is going to be a struggle. It's a mental thing. People are behind the trading anyways. So 175 is going to be hard to get through. $2 is going to be hard to get through. 225, which I bet this is near 225 or 215, but 225 is going to be tough to get through. So unless you have a technical reason that you like this chart to really do something crazy, I think there's better uranium plays out there. Personally, I'd be looking at UUU. Nope, not UUU. I'd be looking at this, trying to consolidate here, making a move back up towards there. There's someone else that's in uranium. If uranium is what you're after, I'd look for a few other uranium plays. I think like CJJ or CCJ or CCJJ, something like that. See if I can find it this way. Our similar tab kind of sucks. CCJ, that's it. I believe this is this is uranium. So this might be another one to look at for you. You're going to want to look at stuff that can move and that has a good range. That if unless you're looking, you're investing or something like that, and you have a reason and fundamentals behind it. But I don't do fundamentals, so you can tell me anything about fundamentals, and my response is going to be okay. I just don't know them. But if you're looking at uranium, I think you want something that's a little bit more of a range and more of a playable stock. That 800,000 or 800 million shares on a less than $2 stock. That's kind of a tough sell for me. URA is your ETF, so that's your uranium ETF overall. That's if you want to play the whole space. And again, we draw lines on charts. I don't think it's any accident that that's what's happening right there. And also, look, uranium spiked, so the uranium looks almost just like that DNN chart that we just looked at, all right, and closed off that high. So you're going to want to find the strength in this that has tradable ranges as far as being a technician goes. So that's that. And then last but not least, hi Chris, can you tell me how I can code to look for price 70 days ago that is within range of today's price? There is no way to code that. Sorry there, Ansel. This is what you got. Configure, search. You can look at range. All right, so we've got these ranges that go back these days. Hold on, let me pull it up like this. So you've got position in 5, 10, 20 day range, 3 month, 6 month, 9 month, and year for those ranges, and that's really all we're gonna have. You can't just we don't have a code compiler where you can just pick 70 days out of a hat and do that. So you have to stay within these with these guys here. All right, that's the way it'll have. That's the way of the world. Range, position and range. I don't think the change filters can help you. No. Yeah, I mean, you've got change 20 days and then change a year. That's it. So, and then I'll say this because I'm not the customs expert. What I showed in customs is the I'll tell you this right now, rounded bottom scan is not easy. Michael Noss is trying to build one with the Market Explorer technology, which is well above what we can do with the regular software, and he's been having trouble putting the math together for it. So it's actually something that's, we're trying to build actually, to pass out to everybody at some point with with that. Let me give you, do I have something rounded bottom-ish? Let me look. All right, so Michael gave me this. I have no idea. I've never looked at it before, but you can look at what he did here and that and try to use that as a template. Oh, you're Stats Edge member. All right, cool. So that's the direction I would point you in for that. And then I would use those range and position and range filters is what I would point you towards as well, and look at that. You can get into some custom stuff, but like I said, customs are really above me. The simple copy paste stuff like I just showed, that's easy enough for me. When you start getting into building custom formulas, that gets above my head. And like I said, the formula editor is not the formula editor is not a code compiler. It's taking code within the system and doing something with that, putting stringing them together. You can create if-then statements and true and false statements and things like that. So info at trade-ideas.com. You can always send some stuff like send questions about custom formula. If something's capable to be done, it'll be most likely Stephanie that answers you on the customs department. I learned today I should stay away from those because someone actually asked if we could do something in customs, and I said no, I don't think we can. When I was looking at the data points, and she showed me a way that it can be done. So it was something with gaps and previous days and things like that. So I said, you know what, from now on I'm not answering custom questions because I don't want to steer someone wrong. I want people to get the most out of this that they can. Just send it in, Ansel. Just send it into that info at trade-ideas.com. TRD, it's something that some of us have campaigned for. Is it in consideration? Sure. Is it in serious? No, it's not. So that's my magic trick for today, everybody. I do have to run as I got dinner prepared. Job. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that. I don't do sub-dollar stocks personally, but my biggest thing with sub-dollar stocks is this, everything is a mental hurdle. Every 10 cents is a mental hurdle to get through it. So unless there's something happens, unless something happens that's a big news or something like that, when I'm looking at something that's got a $2 range for over a year, just not going to be something that I'm looking at. That's, but if you've got, some kind of fundamental stuff in there that you like, stick to the plan, trade it for sure. That's for sure. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to cut the session. I will be back tomorrow at 3:30, and we'll do this all again. All right. Thanks, everybody, and we will catch you tomorrow.